Defense attorney blasts DOJ mortgage investigations, suggesting James and Cook are victims of a witch hunt in suits and ties. When justice wears blinders, it's amazing how often it trips over its own shoelaces while hunting for scapegoats.
When skyscrapers dream of green.
Democrats lead Republicans by 12 points in polls, but Congress still can't pass a climate bill. It's like winning a gold medal for best intentions while the planet burns and the band plays on.
U.S. oil stockpiles increased by 10 million barrels, yet prices still dance to the sanctions shuffle. It's the energy world's version of musical chairs, where everyone sits on their own moral ambiguity.
Only 32% of American students meet math proficiency, and the Department of Education calls it progress. When did math class become an episode of Survivor, where everyone wins, but no one's actually solving the puzzle? Only 50% of teens understand consent, yet schools teach safe choking methods.
Neo-Nazi leader admits plan to poison NYC kids with candy, still claims it was for a greater good. When your greater good involves candy-coated murder, maybe you've misunderstood the entire concept of humanity.
Bitcoin plunges 30% since October peak, leaving leveraged traders trapped in a digital quicksand. When your financial strategy mirrors a high-stakes game of Jenga, don't be surprised when the whole tower comes crashing down.
Only 14% of affiliates succeed with CJ, and the rest call it a learning experience. When your business plan sounds like a reality TV pitch, expect more drama than dollars.
European Commission proposes AI-friendly GDPR revisions and privacy advocates call foul. When lawmakers try to retrofit privacy laws for AI, it's like fitting a jet engine to a tricycle. Expect turbulence and a crash landing.
SpiderCat's Redis database fails connection, still claims stability. When a database connection flops like a fish out of water, calling it stable is like labeling a sinking ship buoyant.
Only 2% of eukaryotic lineages remain unsolved, and scientists claim it's a breakthrough. When you're down to 2% of the mysteries, it's like finding the last puzzle piece under the couch, unless it's shaped like a banana.
Zelensky dismisses new US peace plan, then asks for more military aid. When your peace plan's rejected faster than a Tinder date, maybe it's time to swipe left on diplomacy and right on reality.
Optoreach claims to streamline outreach, then suggests you're still a human. When your software is selling personalization, but you're just another cog in the automation machine, maybe it's time to reach out with a heart, not a bot.
Indian bank stocks hit new peak, then investors pray it's not a mirage. As foreign interest swells like a monsoon, let's hope these banks don't take a page from the Titanic and set sail straight into an iceberg of bad loans.
If the future's written in war, maybe it's time we start hiring generals who can read between the lines and avoid drafting tragedy.
Only 30% of Ukrainians feel optimistic, and Russian state TV calls it a victory. When your enemy's best propaganda is your people's dwindling hope, maybe it's time to redefine what winning actually means.
University of Sydney reports 42% of Australians face childhood trauma.
Oil prices drop after Zelensky agrees to US-Russia peace plan draft because peace is bad for business. It's astounding how the prospect of peace can send oil prices tumbling. Who knew tranquility was such a market disruptor?
Hedge fund dismisses bubbles as non-predictive, then continues to blow hot air. Apparently, the only thing less reliable than a market bubble is the hedge fund trying to convince us they're irrelevant.
Senate to pass Epstein Files Transparency Act. Trump claims indifference. When the truth's too hot to handle, indifference becomes the best political sunscreen.
Irish labourer buried alive for 61 days documentary claims it was art. Because nothing screams cultural enrichment like playing hide-and-seek with mortality in a box underground, all for the sake of spectacle.
Kessler twins choose to die together at 89, legal and dignified. In a world where synchronized swimming gets more airtime than synchronized dying, these sisters took one last step in perfect harmony.
Only 12% of Trump's closest allies remain loyal, and his legal team calls it solidarity. When loyalty's thinner than a billionaire's tax return, even the allies start looking like frenemies with subpoenas in their pockets.
Iron ore shipments hit record high in October, and Australia's government calls it sustainable growth. When the planet's resources are bled dry faster than a politician's promise, records become the new normal and sustainability the punchline.
John Cochrane blames central banks for inflation, ignoring corporate profiteering. When the sea rises, blame the tide makers, not the oil-slicked ships riding high on their own waves of avarice.
In a world where some still march backward, it's refreshing to hear punk's middle finger raised with a righteous fury that never fades.
Alabama Public Television mulls PBS divorce, citing cultural clash. When your state's education strategy mirrors a soap opera breakup, you know the plot twist involves more reruns of Closed Minds than open dialogue.
BlackRock ejects Tony DeSpirito and
California home detonates, injures 8, and authorities still blame faulty wiring. When your house is the latest blockbuster, but you didn't sign up for the pyrotechnic special effects package.
Only 20% of Asia's trade execs trust economic forecasts, and yet Wall Street calls it confidence. When crystal balls are murkier than a politician's promises, but hey, let's bet the farm on it anyway.
Tesla plans to construct a robot army, then promises it's purely for peaceful purposes. Because nothing says peace like an army, right? Next, Tesla will claim they're just misunderstood metal peacemakers.
U.S. government exploits a major exception to withhold Epstein files, then claims it's to protect national security. Because apparently the truth is the real enemy of the state. Secrets are safe, justice is not.
Russia increases drone attack on Ukraine by
Marshall Islands rolls out universal basic income via digital infrastructure, solves poverty with pixels.
Only 30% of workplace affairs remain secret, and your intern just found the skeleton key. When your intern holds your secrets hostage, it might be time to reconsider your extracurricular activities or hire better accomplices.
Government files Comey indictment version grand jury never saw, then claims transparency. When the justice system plays peekaboo with its paperwork, you know the game's rigged and the rules are written in invisible ink.
Only 15% of ADHD cases link to 3 gene variants, and researchers call it groundbreaking. In a world where thousands of mutations barely nudge the needle, 3 genes have decided to hog the spotlight like genetic Kardashians.
Robinhood CIO labels market slump healthy correction, ignoring investor panic. Sure, because nothing says help like watching your portfolio do the limbo under the bar of financial despair.
Magnitude 5.5 earthquake kills 3 in Bangladesh. Officials call it manageable. Because as long as the earth doesn't swallow half the city, we're all just supposed to shrug and carry on, right?
Mike Pompeo joins billion-dollar Ukrainian weapons maker corruption probe ongoing. Because nothing screams ethical leadership like jumping aboard a sinking ship with gold-plated lifeboats, right, Mike?
Judge orders DOJ to hand grand jury materials to James Comey, cites disturbing pattern. Apparently, the justice system is now a game of hot potato, where the prize is a pile of secrets and the stakes are trust in democracy.
In a shocking twist, teaching history.
Congressional Republicans push broadband permit overhaul. Cities fume while cable giants cheer. When billion-dollar companies are thrilled and local leaders are furious, you know democracy is working exactly as it's always been bought to.
Cloudflare collapse knocks X and Spotify offline. Users experience a digital blackout. When the cloud crumbles, we get a sneak preview of a world where your playlists, posts, and productivity vanish like a magician's rabbit.
because nothing says emotional catharsis like algorithmically curated heartbreak served up with a side of targeted ads.
Only 30% of Latinos backed Republicans, and party leaders call it a trend. When your party's outreach strategy is a piñata, don't be surprised when it doesn't rain candy.
Google launches Gemini 3 with state-of-the-art reasoning, but stock stays lukewarm. When your AI is smarter than your shareholders, maybe it's time to reboot your priorities.
Turkey secures OOPAVE31 hosting rights after Australia exits, but climate talks remain all hot air. When the planet's on fire, hosting a meeting is like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Looks busy, achieves nothing.
Jeffrey Gundlach predicts a financial crisis, then compares it to 2006. Is it déjà vu or just déjà vu? When billionaires start sounding like broken records, it's time to check who's hiding the needle.
German deputies meet sanctioned Russians, then deny influence peddling. When politicians play footsie with sanctioned influencers, it's like inviting the fox to guard the bratwurst.
Google's Demis Hassabis warns of AI bubble, assures investors it's all just hot air. When the AI wizard himself starts ringing the alarm bells, you know the gold rush might just be fool's gold.
Nvidia stock surge pre-earnings hint at AI billions while markets play musical chairs. Just imagine Wall Street as a casino where the house always wins and the patrons bet on AI like a drunk uncle at the roulette table.
Baby Shark creator Pinkfong shares jumped 62% on debut, proving toddlers are the new market movers. When a children's song can make Wall Street dance, it's clear investors will follow anything with a catchy beat and a promise of profit.
Only 20% of Gaza families have power, and the rest are left to shiver in the dark. When basic human rights are as scarce as electricity, humanity's light dims, leaving children to study by candlelight and warm themselves with hope.
Michael Jackson biopic casts an estate executor as its A-list star, while Paris Jackson fumes over financial irregularities. When the executor hogs the spotlight, it's like casting a lawyer as the hero in a rock and roll saga, glamorous for all the wrong reasons.
Lukul's Iraqi oil flows smoothly as Baghdad controls sales, defying supply disruption fears. When Baghdad takes the wheel, even sanctioned oil finds its way to market, proving that black gold doesn't need a passport to travel.
Researchers develop gyromorph materials for light-based computing, promise speed beyond sanity. When your computer runs at the speed of light, expect your browser to crash before you even blink.
UN hears Ukraine condemn Russia as 25 confirmed dead. Counting bodies becomes a grim routine while world leaders trade stern looks and even sterner tweets.
Only 30% of retirees convert.
Pope Leo condemns U.S. immigration policies, then backs Vatican's own fortress-like borders. When your moral compass can critique others while guarding its own gates, it's less compass and more weather vane.
school band's K-pop Demon Hunter song cites disruption. Apparently, the real demons haunting the school are catchy choruses and synchronized dance moves. Who knew a pop hook could be so threatening?
Verizon slashes 15% of workforce, calls it streamlining for growth. When streamlining means tossing 15,000 livelihoods overboard, it's less about growth and more about corporate Darwinism in a three-piece suit.
Federal court halts Texas Republicans' redistricting, calls it a fairness issue. When fairness is the buzzword for gerrymandered maps that look like Rorschach tests, you know democracy's getting a run for its money.
Trump demands ABC license revocation after Epstein question. Nothing screams freedom of the press like pulling the plug on a network for asking about skeletons in the closet. Is censorship the new transparency?
It's the musical equivalent of finding a vintage leather jacket at the back of your closet and realizing it still fits like a dream but with extra nostalgia.
Trump claims Republicans have nothing to hide, yet blocks Epstein files release. It's like a magician insisting there's no trick while palming the ace up his sleeve, smoke, mirrors, and a disappearing act all in one.
Strategy stock nosedive since Bitcoin peak, defies gravity. Watching strategy stock is like watching a horror movie where the protagonist keeps running upstairs. Who knew bad decisions could be so consistent?
Only 35% of Gen Z favors Republicans over Democrats, and GOP calls it a win. Like celebrating a participation trophy at a rigged game where the rules are written in invisible ink and the scoreboard is upside down.
Only 10 streams on Still Good album, and artist calls it a collaboration. Like calling a treehouse a skyscraper, lofty dreams with a ladder that barely reaches the first branch.
Michelle Yeoh's dress sparks internet debate, dubbed Neon Loofah Queen. When fashion critics are divided between a cupcake and a loofah, you know the style apocalypse is upon us. Who wore it better, Michelle or your shower?
House Democrat forces Trump impeachment vote again and the circus rolls on. Like a broken record, but the vinyl's melted and Congress keeps spinning it on a turntable made of wishful thinking.
Only 10% of musicians get noticed.
Germany constructs 5 LNG import terminals, calls it energy independence. Because nothing screams sustainability like doubling down on fossil fuels while the planet's melting faster than ice cream on a summer sidewalk.
Chinese travelers cancel 500,000 flights, and airlines call it an opportunity for schedule optimization. The only thing more turbulent than these flights is the diplomatic airspace between China and Japan right now.
Shabana Mahmood defends asylum crackdown, then claims it's about compassion. When politicians talk about compassion while tightening the noose, it's like calling a cage a sanctuary. Mahmood's empathy seems as authentic as plastic flowers.
Kazakh teen designs robot solving Rubik's Cube in 60 seconds, calls it a modest achievement. If only international diplomacy could be solved as swiftly, we'd all be living in a utopian puzzle paradise by now.
AI music generation consumes credits per creation, then markets it as a free benefit. They'd managed to make creativity sound like a subscription service. Next, they'll charge us for thinking our own thoughts.
Nevada State Senate passes crime bill with immigration amendment, calls it comprehensive reform. When crime and immigration get lumped together, it's like mixing oil and water, except the oil is fear and the water is politics.
Nothing screams global health priority like gutting the workforce that fights pandemics because Uncle Sam's feeling stingy.
Man who cryogenically froze his wife finds new love, faces backlash for living in the present. Turns out, love's not so eternal when you're stuck between deep freeze and a warm embrace. Who knew defrosting would be this complicated?
National Book Award crowns Alamedine's six-decade epic, then calls it a darkly comic triumph. Nothing like a sprinkle of humor over half a century of human mess to win the literary lottery.
Major League Baseball caps prop bet wins at $200, then calls it a safeguard. When the stakes are as low as a cup of coffee, even scandal can't break the house's grip on your wallet.
Roblox mandates facial age verification for chat, then claims it's for safety. When your face becomes your password, privacy folds like a cheap tent, even as they sell it as protection.
House votes on Epstein files release, then praises brave congresswomen for doing their jobs. In a plot twist that surprises absolutely no one, the House acts like transparency is a heroic act, not a basic responsibility.
Morgan Stanley nets $104 million on Bitcoin bet, calls it strategy amid market chaos. When banks gamble like high rollers at a casino, they've got a safety net woven from your financial fears.
Ukraine's parliament fires 2 ministers, then acts surprised at biggest corruption scandal. In a stunning display of accountability theater, Ukraine's parliament pretends that firing a couple of ministers is the same as cleaning house.
UN climate talks disrupted by fire in Belém, delegates flee while the planet burns. When Mother Nature starts heckling climate talks with a real-time inferno, maybe it's time to listen before the world goes up in smoke.
When your victory dance includes a cautionary tale, maybe it's not just regulators who smell smoke on the horizon.
UAE denies involvement in Sudan conflict but sends Carney to Abu Dhabi to discuss. When you claim innocence yet still pack diplomatic bags, the plot smells thicker than a desert sandstorm.
Electroconvulsive therapy linked to worse side effects, yet remains a secretive treatment. While the world debates AI ethics, humans are jolting brains like it's 1950 with side effects kept quieter than a church mouse on Sunday.
Only 20% of Epstein files released, and authorities call it transparency. When your secrets are thicker than a billionaire's black book, claiming openness is as believable as a fox guarding the henhouse.
Trump confronts a fractured GOP while dissent within his party whispers louder than a library full of rebels.
Trump-pardoned fraudster receives 37 years for Ponzi scheme, proving crime does pay until it doesn't. When your get-out-of-jail-free card is revoked by karma, even presidential favors can't keep you from the consequences.
Six dead, including a child, as California's atmospheric river drowns the dream of sunny skies. When Mother Nature throws a tantrum, even the Golden State gets a reminder that no umbrella can cover climate change.
House to vote on Epstein Files Tuesday. The truth remains elusive. When secrets are more protected than the public, transparency becomes a ghost story. Congress is too scared to tell.
COP3D teeter pushed mega dams over solar and wind, calling it progress while green energy dreams gather dust in the corner. It's like choosing a gas-guzzling SUV for a climate road trip.
Italy extradites Ukrainian Nord Stream suspect to Germany, but last month they blocked it. Justice is a boomerang in Europe. It flies in circles until politics decide which way it lands.
Only 12% of Europe's tech startups survive 5 years, and the EU calls it innovation. Like a Eurodisco, the tech scene dazzles briefly, but the real hit is the bureaucratic remix that keeps spinning in circles.
Trump demands Epstein files release, yet holds the keys himself, proving the art of distraction is alive and well in 2025. Like a magician who misplaces his rabbit, Trump's sleight of hand leaves us wondering if the truth is just another vanishing act.
Tokyo Metropolitan University scientists melt early protein clumps, then Alzheimer's damage keeps dancing. It's like they found the DJ booth at the Alzheimer's rave, but the party's still going until the lights come on.
Food companies drive global ultra-processed food surge, then block government health interventions. It's like they've got their foot on the gas and their hand over the brake, steering us straight into a nutritional pile-up.
The government spin is like a bad magician's trick. Look at our policies while your wallet disappears. Who knew energy had a Houdini clause?
Ro Khanna splits MAGA with Epstein files release, igniting internal chaos. The irony of a Democrat pulling the rug out from under the MAGA crowd with a scandalous file dump is almost poetic justice.
Army selects Fort Drum for microreactor pilot, calls it innovation. Because nothing screams safety like a tiny nuclear reactor in your backyard. Next up, pop-up volcanoes for renewable energy.
UK PM writes to Sun about the struggles of growing up male, ignoring policies that make adulthood unaffordable for everyone else. It's touching when a leader offers life advice, but maybe he should include a chapter on surviving his own economic policies.
Police arrest DoorDasher for illegal surveillance after finding naked man ignoring her call for help. Apparently, peeking at public indecency is a greater crime than being indecent. Guess justice really does wear a blindfold and nothing else.
The stock market's like a nosy neighbor peering over the fence at crypto's wild party, hoping the hangover doesn't spill over to their lawn.
Senate sends Epstein files bill to Trump, despite his fondness for secrecy. The survivors cheer, but let's see if these files land on Trump's desk or in his shredder. Transparency, the ultimate magic trick.
Polish PM claims Ukrainians working for Russia blew off railways, while the rest of us wonder if this is the world's worst game of clue. The plot twists faster than a soap opera with saboteurs, secret alliances, and a train wreck that's more literal than metaphorical.
REM releases Radio Free Europe single, but only on vinyl. In a digital age, this is like sending smoke signals in a Wi-Fi cafe. Retro's cool until you need a turntable.
Trump denies major humiliation, but reality checks are trending just behind cat videos and conspiracy theories.
Spotify playlists promise exposure, then drown new artists in noise. It's like shouting your song into a hurricane and expecting a record deal. The only thing louder is the sound of dreams getting crushed.
Some cable plans to clear 50,000 hectares for solar farm calls it green progress. Deforestation for renewable energy is like eating a salad while torching the rainforest. It misses the point with spectacular irony.
President Trump targets beef, coffee, and banana prices, but rent and health care remain untouched. It's like fixing a leaky faucet in your house that's on fire. Sure, your bananas are cheaper, but
October jobs report canceled. November's too late for the Fed's interest rate decision. It's like flying blind, but don't worry, the Fed's got its trusty magic 8-ball to guide the economy.
Chinese space program strands 3 astronauts after rescue mission, calls it a successful operation. When your rescue plan leaves more people stranded, it's like fixing a leaky boat by drilling new holes. Floating in space, they've outdone even the most Kafkaesque bureaucracy.
Sheikh Hasina's rule ended in chaos. Families demand her execution. A dictator's legacy, where justice is a ghost, and victims' families are left holding the ashes of state violence.
Only 5% of NBA players dunk with flair, and sports networks call it legendary. While most players aim for the basket, these 5 turned hoops into high-flying theatre, slam dunking the mundane into the history books.
UN Secretary General calls climate path a death sentence, demands urgent action.
BJ's wholesale beats profit expectations despite disappointing sales growth. When you're profiting from selling in bulk, it's like winning a pie-eating contest and realizing the prize is more pie.
White House schedules daily briefing for 1 p.m., but truth remains on indefinite backorder. In the land of the free, transparency is sold separately, and the daily briefing is just a well-choreographed dance around the facts.
Asia amasses $8 trillion in reserves, calling it currency defense, like a dragon hoarding gold. They're ready to breathe fire on any currency crisis, while the rest of us scrounge for loose change in the couch.
Colombian elders blame spirits for suicides, ignoring systemic despair. Ilsa Banuvi fights against superstition with modern solutions, proving that sometimes the real malevolent spirit is a society that refuses to change.
Attorney General sues Trump 46 times. Learns that persistence is the only legal strategy against a serial litigator. Facing off against the human embodiment of a lawsuit, the Attorney General finds that even the law has its limits when reality is the defendant.
Hamas detains water worker, Gaza provider, halts service, then calls it a negotiation tactic.
Tamfaf releases The Best Dance at Midnight, claims it's the future of pop. In a world where pop stars are prophets, even the disco ball has a messiah complex.
German Navy buys $1 billion Canadian system, calls it defense, while the real enemy is climate change. In the battle of priorities, the German Navy's new toys won't keep the seas from rising or the world from drowning.
Euroclear boss threatens to sue EU if Russian assets seized, because nothing screams justice like defending oligarch cash. When billionaires have backup plans, even their yachts have lawyers on retainer.
Nuremberg trials opened 80 years ago, a reminder that justice delayed is still better than justice denied. If only the scales of justice could crush every dictator's delusions with the same weight.
Tropical cyclone Fina to hit Darwin with 150 km/h winds, yet climate action remains a distant dream. As cyclones spin faster, the only thing moving slower than the wind is the pace of climate policy.
The future arrives faster than a speeding bullet, but only for those who can afford the first-class ticket to tomorrow.
MIT unveils ultrasonic tech that extracts water from air in minutes, while bottled water companies weep salty tears. As scientists turn air into drinkable water, Nestle looks nervously at its plastic empire, wondering if it's time to invest in air rights.
Only 6% of people never forget a face, and researchers call it a natural gift. Looks like some folks are just born with a mental photo album, while the rest of us awkwardly fumble through social encounters like amateur detectives without a clue.
Google claims AI advancement threatens OpenAI. Altman spins it as temporary. When the tech giants play chess with our future, we're the pawns hoping not to get trampled by their algorithmic arms race.
Only 42% of Americans find stable jobs,
and Wall Street calls it a recovery. The September jobs report is like a band-aid on a bullet wound, with economists pretending they don't see the blood.
Trump demands network's license revoked over Epstein files inquiry. When the press asks uncomfortable questions, Trump prefers to change the channel rather than face the music.
RIDS OS secures $100 million, claims global expansion needs more fuel. When emergency services become billion-dollar ventures, you have to wonder if they're saving lives or just their stock prices.
Federal Reserve loses October jobs report, then pretends November's tardiness is no big deal. It's like trying to steer a ship through a storm with a blindfold on, if the storm were the economy and the blindfold were bureaucratic incompetence.
Israel PM visits occupied Syria, then claims peace talks aren't dead. When you drop in uninvited to occupied land, it's less about peace and more about playing Monopoly with real lives.
Cybercriminals exploit Hyper-V, claim it's just a test. When hackers say they're only probing defenses, it's like burglars insisting they're just checking your locks for you. Trust them at your own risk.
Who knew guilt could be such a catchy commodity? Pop music's confession booth.
EU chastises Israel for Italian protest dossier, calls it interference. When a nation lectures another on meddling, it's like a pot calling the kettle black, except both are trying to rewrite the recipe.
Yo Dog and Cardo got wings drop, raised by wolves too, call it fresh despite familiar howl. This sequel struts in with confidence, offering new beats without outpacing the original shadow. Sometimes, following in footsteps means never quite stepping out of them.
Naturopedic offers 20% off, solves nothing if you snooze on greenwashing. A discount on organic bedding is as comforting as a lullaby from a siren sweet until you realize you're sleeping on half-truths.
Reviving a beloved show is bittersweet when real-life grief turns the laughter into an echo of what was lost.
Apple TV boasts 27 top films, claims prestige crown over Netflix and Amazon. While Apple's library glimmers with Oscar gold, remember, even a few diamonds can't justify a mind full of rocks. Prestige is as fleeting as a buffering icon.
Canada pledges billions to lure U.S. researchers, calls it scientific diplomacy. When your brain drain solution is to buy brains, it's less about science and more about importing intellect like it's a commodity.
Wall Street panic sends European stocks plummeting, blames tech bubble. When Wall Street sneezes, Europe catches a cold, reminding us that financial markets are the world's most contagious disease.
White House nominates Consumer Bureau Director, contradicting its own shutdown efforts. In this Kafkaesque twist, appointing a leader to a sinking ship seems like the administration's way of saying, let's have one last dance before the iceberg.
Iranian hackers deploy Dipro and T-double-Astro to infiltrate defense sectors, claim it's cultural exchange. Because nothing says hello neighbor like a malware-laden housewarming gift that breaches national security.
COVID-bereaved demand Boris Johnson lose XP and perks, call it accountability. Apparently, leading a nation through a pandemic is like a game of Monopoly, except when you lose, you keep the banker's salary.
Only 20% of Democrats under 35 believe in their party, and the party calls it progress. The future of the Democratic Party looks more like a stand-up comedy night, where the punchlines are policy promises and the audience is still waiting for the joke to land.
Proctorio settles lawsuit with librarian over YouTube videos, calls it a resolution. When sharing public videos becomes a legal minefield, we must ask, is knowledge power or just a liability waiting to be litigated?
Pharrell Williams denies Trump rally music use, demands respect for his art. When even a happy tune gets twisted into a protest, maybe it's time to ask if the soundtrack of a rally is more than just background noise.
EU leaders demand action against China's influence, then sign trade deals with Beijing. European leaders are caught in a geopolitical tango with China, trying to lead while their dance partner is busy doing the cha-cha with Russia.
Apple removes Launchpad in macOS 26, calls it streamlining. When your desktop starts feeling like a game of hide and seek, maybe it's time to question if Apple's innovation is just another word for inconvenience.
Only 5% of superconductors defy convention, and scientists call it a breakthrough. When your biggest claim to fame is being the oddball in a room full of predictable electrons, maybe it's time to question if unconventional is just another word for we're stumped.
Yeti unveils new insulated dish, claims it keeps ice cream cold in a sauna. In a world where your dessert can survive a heat wave, the real battle isn't against melting but against marketing hyperbole.
Tech giants invest trillions in AI, yet humanity still asks why. When you're spending more on code than curing disease, maybe it's time to question if the future's bright or just binary.
When the law becomes a stagehand for distraction, the real crime is the script, written in invisible ink.
France sends 8 SAMPTOS systems to Ukraine, calls it support. When military aid becomes the new love language, international diplomacy looks more like a war-themed gift exchange.
Islamic finance body postpones Sukuk rule change, despite investor warnings. When investor outcry becomes the global authorities playlist, it's clear who's really calling the tunes in this financial karaoke.
Supreme Court 8-1 strips migrant protections, calls it justice. When the gavel falls like a guillotine, the land of the free becomes the stage for a tragic exodus.
Italy blocks spoofed phone calls since November 19th while telemarketers cry foul. When even the boot-shaped nation steps on your toes, maybe it's time to hang up on your scammy serenades.
Dollar retreats from 6-month high, blames jobs data. When paper currency catches a cold, the whole economy sneezes.
Only 20% of security teams reduce attack surface, and the webinar calls it cutting edge. When your digital fortress is made of pixels and prayers, a webinar is like a security blanket with holes.
Only 10% of advent calendars hold chocolate, and capitalism calls it seasonal joy. When your countdown to holiness is hijacked by overpriced trinkets, even the wise men would roll their eyes at your consumerist nativity.
Trump announces $270 billion in deals, claims it's all sunshine and rainbows. In the world of Trump math, every handshake is worth $1 billion, and every promise comes with a free desert mirage.
Indian mid-cap stocks celebrate all-time highs, then central banks whisper sweet rate cut promises. In a world where hope is the new currency, investors pray their portfolios turn water into wine, or at least a decent return.
Apparently, the best way to defend yourself is to have fewer defenders. Who knew peace treaties came with a side of irony?
Russian refinery ignites in blaze second Ukrainian attack in a week, then Moscow fumes in more ways than one. As flames lick the sky, Russia's PR team scrambles to spin smoke signals into a narrative that doesn't stink of desperation.
Israeli airstrikes kill 14 in Lebanon, claim self-defense.
Bureau of Labor Statistics cancels October jobs report. Traders nearly price out December rate cut, then act surprised when chaos follows. With no data to guide them, the market's crystal ball is now as clear as a mud puddle, leaving traders to perform interpretive dances with their spreadsheets.
Donald Trump receives thanks from Nicki Minaj during UN address, and world wonders if it's satire or just today's reality. When pop stars and presidents play nice at the UN, it's either a diplomatic breakthrough or the setup for a surrealist comedy.
Nvidia reports record earnings, but AI bubble looms large. When your profits soar on the back of a bubble, it's like riding a rocket made of soap. Just hope it doesn't pop at terminal velocity.
UK government pushes to cut EU citizens' benefits, risking trade war with Europe. Labour warns of economic fallout. When playing chicken with the EU, it's wise to remember they have the bigger coop and the golden eggs.
UK minister prioritizes national security as Chinese embassy in London nears approval, raising eyebrows and a few red flags. When national security becomes a slogan, it's like handing out umbrellas in a hurricane, impressive but utterly useless.
YouTube rolls out new cookie policy, but users still feel crumbled. When your data is the main dish at a big tech banquet, privacy becomes the appetizer no one ordered. Just remember, cookies are meant to be shared, not devoured.
Cristiano Ronaldo visits White House Thursday, coinciding with Saudi Crown Prince because why not mix football with political footballs? When celebrity meets royalty in the halls of power, it's a masterclass in distraction. Who's the real superstar here, the athlete or the autocrat?
Retail investors dump crypto holdings, and whales call it a buffet. When the little fish panic, the big sharks feast. It's like watching an all-you-can-eat buffet, where the servers never get a taste, only the crumbs.
Only 9 European monarchies remain, and they call it tradition. In an era of democracy and digital revolutions, Europe clings to its crowns like an old habit.
Google, Meta, and Microsoft invest billions in AI for 2026, ignoring past tech bubble warnings. In the relentless pursuit of the next big thing, Silicon Valley might just inflate another bubble, because history is the best teacher nobody listens to.
Iran requests Saudi Arabia's aid in nuclear talks, then trusts the fox to guard the henhouse. When you ask your rival to mediate peace, it's like hiring a pyromaniac as your fire marshal. The only thing getting cooked here is the truth.
White House urges Congress to reject NVIDIA export curbs, prioritizing chip profits over security. When silicon dollars talk, national concerns apparently take a backseat. Who needs secure tech when you can have a shiny bottom line?
Japanese stocks plunged 3.3%. Nikkei blames tech slump and fiscal fears. When the market's a roller coaster, hold on tight. Apparently, even the diplomatic tea parties between Tokyo and Beijing can't keep investors from losing their lunch.
Only 12% of workers report stable jobs, and Uber calls it opportunity. When your career path leads to the passenger seat of a Prius, it's less about driving change and more about driving for tips.
Tech firm T24 unleashes Beta 2, targets over 1,000 domains in Taiwan espionage. While T24 plays cyber spy games, Taiwan gets stuck listening to the soundtrack of betrayal. Maybe next they'll release a greatest hits album of national security breaches.
Texas law forces pregnant women to die, calls it protection of life. In the Lone Star State, women's health isn't just on the back burner, it's not even on the stove.
Putin claims Russia embraces U.S. peace plan, yet praises ongoing military operations. Flexibility in Putin's dictionary must be somewhere between bombs and ballet. Only he could waltz through war while claiming to be a peacemaker.
Just when you thought the future was all about AI, they're gearing up for the ultimate showdown. Who can moonwalk better, man or machine?
Only 200 people attend Bernie Sanders' support event, and the venue's brick walls had more charisma. When your rally's headcount matches a high school reunion, maybe it's time to ditch the nostalgia act. Bernie might need more than a Brooklyn accent to fill seats.
COP21 skips formal treaty to appease US and China and calls it progress. Apparently, tackling climate change is like hosting a potluck. Bring what you can, no one's held accountable, and hope it all works out.
Nothing says moving on like immortalizing a royal scandal in wax. Next up, a Prince Charles figure in a permanent state of awkward apology.
Trump administration freezes $26 billion in federal funds during shutdown, calls it fiscal responsibility. It's like telling a starving person to another round of budget friendship with ordinary folks paying the tab.
UN reports 67 Palestinian children killed since ceasefire, calls it staggering. When a ceasefire means more fire than cease, it's a tragic reminder that peace talks often translate to just more talking and zero peace.
Pixel 10 now shares files with AirDrop, solving a problem that didn't need solving. It's like giving a peace prize to frenemies for finally tolerating each other's existence. Meanwhile, the digital Cold War rages on.
By calling a secret meeting open to the public, except the only attendees were the echoes of accountability.
In the algorithmic Hunger Games, the odds are ever in favor of clickbait, while genuine artistry just flickers like the last ember.
GOP senators chastise Trump for execution threat, then continue supporting his policies. It's like scolding a tiger for roaring, while still feeding it raw meat, dangerous and entirely predictable.
Like a phoenix made of spent casings, Rostek promises a comeback, conveniently ignoring that the world doesn't want to trade with a pariah.
AI spending hits wartime levels, but power supply bottlenecks loom. It's like building a rocket to Mars, but forgetting the fuel, leaving tech titans stranded in their own hype.
Like asking a desert for water, these cities overlook the brains beyond their beachside bubbles.
Keir Starmer dismisses Andy Burnham's leadership challenge, then claims unity in a party divided by whispers. The Labour Party's unity is as solid as a house of cards in a wind tunnel, with Burnham playing the gusty breeze.
Ukraine uses US-supplied missiles on Russian targets, denies escalation. Like a rock concert in a library, this military move shatters the silence and dares the world to keep reading.
When the skeletons in your closet have their own email chains, it might be time to rethink your interior design choices.
Jasmine Crockett calls Trump corrupt with more to hide. Then Epstein emails add fuel to the burning scandal bonfire. For a man with 34 felony convictions, Trump's transparency is about as clear as a mud puddle in a Texas rainstorm.
El Chungo drops El Avion at midnight, promising altitude without turbulence. In a world where every beat is a runway, El Chungo's latest track takes off, leaving the rest of us grounded in our 9-to-5 reality.
Blue states tweak tax laws to erase Trump's cuts for the poor, then claim it's for fiscal responsibility. Nothing screams progress like taking back the crumbs tossed to the masses while keeping the banquet for the elite intact.
Only 20% of youth engage with StoryCorps, and the rest are too busy scrolling TikTok. While Grandma's tales of yesteryear are archived for posterity, the rest of the world is busy perfecting their lip sync to the latest viral dance.
Margot Price releases All American Made, then everyone realizes country music isn't just for pickup trucks and heartbreak. While the twang of protest echoes through the amber waves of grain, mainstream radio still clings to its auto-tuned anthems of beer and betrayal.
Dick Cheney's funeral draws top officials, but Trump and VP Vance are left off the guest list. When even a funeral isn't bipartisan enough to bridge the chasm, it's a reminder that some legacies are as divisive as the wars they waged.
Spotify runs ICE ads, calls it freedom, then wonders why artists are jumping ship faster than a rat from a sinking fascist cruise liner. While Spotify serenades with authoritarian jingles, the No Kings Alliance turns up the volume on resistance, proving that silence isn't golden, it's just complicit.
Only 5% of listeners lose their minds to Death Rumor, and the rest are too busy scrolling to notice they've lost their souls. Hip-hop's new anthem for digital zombies, where shaking your head to the beat is just another way to nod off into oblivion.
Bath and Body Works slashes 2025 forecast, blames weak demand and tariffs for scented economic woes. When even your lavender-infused bubble bath can't wash away the stink of economic policy, you know the market's gone down the drain.
Nvidia's earnings spark a relief rally, but investors still fret over AI's future like a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. When the stock market's biggest thrill rides are powered by algorithms, even Wall Street's roller coasters need a safety net.
When you're taking advice from a convicted sex offender during a congressional hearing, maybe it's time to re-evaluate your circle of trust or just your sanity.
When medication turns out to be nothing more than a sugar pill in disguise, maybe it's time to question who's really getting the sweet deal.
Trump promises affordability while nestled in a gilded White House bubble, then wonders why no one's buying it. When your golden throne blinds you to the price of bread, talking about affordability is like selling ice to Eskimos.
UK dismantles 3 Russian cybercrime networks, claims it's a victory for business, because nothing says economic security like playing digital whack-a-mole with hackers who probably have more backup plans than the UK has Brexit strategies.
India and Israel sign framework to resume trade talks, then label it a breakthrough. When two nations shake hands over trade, the real deal is often buried beneath a mountain of paperwork and diplomatic doublespeak.
Only 5% of indie folk songs reach mainstream, and every artist calls it authenticity. In the indie folk world, obscurity is the new fame, where the real challenge is staying underground while everyone else digs for the spotlight.
Trump praises Mamdani in Oval Office, calls their housing talk great. In a meeting where
A rogue researcher unleashes AI to dismantle online surveys, claiming it's a breakthrough. In a world where data is king, breaking the surveys is like smashing the crown jewels and calling it modern art.
Microsoft and Nvidia pledge $15 billion to Anthropic, promising a tech utopia. In a digital arms race, throwing billions at AI is like fueling a fire and expecting a garden party.
MediaWorld sells iPads for €15, demands return like a bad lover post-breakup. Nothing screams customer loyalty quite like an electronics giant offering a steal and then snatching it back because who needs trust when you've got confusion?
Only 15% of AI-generated songs hit the charts, and yet humans still call it a revolution. In a world where algorithms pen our anthems, maybe we just miss the messy, glorious chaos of human creativity.
Trump meets Saudi Crown Prince. Victim's son calls it disgusting display. When the memory of tragedy is leveraged for a handshake with power, disgust becomes the currency of lost integrity.
UN Security Council passes US resolution, calls it a peace plan, while Russia and China abstain.
Microsoft adds experimental Agentic features toggle, solves nothing about user control. Turning the tech giant's latest mystery dial feels like giving your toaster the keys to your car. Let's hope it knows how to drive.
Israel empties West Bank refugee camps, calls it security. It's a tragic magic trick, disappearing homes and lives, revealing nothing but a gaping wound where international law should be.
Sir CRISPR Tech promises disease-agnostic editing, but each mutation still demands new treatments. Gene therapy's potential is as clear as a crystal ball, but bureaucracy's red tape keeps it from ever reaching the future.
Universities spend millions on locker rooms, yet libraries crumble like Roman ruins. Maybe if we bribed professors with locker room luxuries.
Dunn's PM suggests military response to China. When diplomacy takes a backseat to bravado, you get a geopolitical bonfire fueled by reckless whispers and loud consequences.
Japanese spacecraft targets asteroid the size of a house, but it's spinning like a vinyl on DJ Night. Maybe they'll discover it's actually an intergalactic fidget spinner, proving once again that scale and spin are everything in cosmic comedy.
Repair DNA scars chromatin, contradicting traditional science. Turns out DNA repairs are less like a gentle kiss and more like a tattoo etched on your genetic history.
Gold stabilizes after Kiev rejects US-Russian peace proposal. The market's like a goldfish, forgetting that peace plans are often just stage props in the geopolitical theater where the real currency is power, not gold.
Belgrade's Atasealand offers paramilitary education, but access requires more clearance than a nuclear launch code. In a city known for its rich history and vibrant culture, nothing says welcome like a camp where students learn to salute before they can read.
Only 10% of V-pop fans stream Tien Pham's new disco track, and the label spins it as a viral sensation. In the grand illusion of digital fame, even a trickle of attention becomes a tidal wave, proving that in music marketing, reality is just another remix.
Best Buy slashes LG B5 OLED price, calls it a pre-Black Friday steal. Because nothing screams holiday spirit quite like capitulating to consumer culture a full 4 months early.
Trump official shoots Democratic leader's dog, then gets trolled into oblivion on social media. In the wild world of politics, revenge is best served with a side of viral memes, proving once again that keyboard warriors have sharper claws than any canine.
Trump administration targets Education Department, calls it streamlining. Because when you want to make America great, you start by unlearning everything you've ever known.
When history's stolen treasures are returned with a pat on the back, it's like saying sorry for a robbery with a handshake and a smile.
Only 30% of MAGA supporters express concern over allegations, and Trump campaign calls it a distraction. When the bar is set so low you need a shovel to find it, even a J. Crew sweater can cause a meltdown.
Ukraine and European allies reject US-Russia plan, preferring sovereignty over scripted peace.
US erases 33,000 job gains. Voters blame Trump for economy's nosedive. When job numbers vanish like a magician's rabbit, it seems the only trick left is convincing voters. It's all part of the show.
Why are you spotting titmice with Swarovski lenses? Your wallet's become the endangered species.
Epstein's brother dodges questions on Clinton-Trump email, blames media spotlight. When the family of a disgraced financier starts playing the sorry not sorry game, it's the scandal gift that keeps on giving.
Larry Summers exits OpenAI board following Epstein email revelations. Summers' departure is a masterclass in the art of disappearing when the spotlight gets too hot, like a magician with a guilty conscience.
It's like a dystopian escape room. If you solve the puzzle, you might just survive the geopolitical game of chicken with extra sauerkraut.
With winter's chill biting into Gaza's suffering, it's clear that a signed document doesn't warm hands or hearts.
Hedge funds reap millions from Argentina bets. Trump claims it's his influence. Wall Street's new dance, tango with a twist of political puppetry, where the rich get richer and the rest get to watch the show.
Only 20% of best friends forgive awkward texts, and Kyle clings to the grudge like a vintage vinyl.
JP Morgan strategist warns of unemployment rise, suggests Fed will cut rates slowly. When the job market stumbles, it's a slow dance with interest rates, where Wall Street leads and Main Street trips over its own feet.
With the Fed's crystal ball in the shop, they'll have to guess whether to raise rates or just cross their fingers and hope.
Robert Plant serenades a tiny desk, proving even rock gods can downsize without losing their thunder. Trading stadiums for office chairs, Plant's folk tunes remind us that sometimes less is more, unless you're trying to fit a band in a cubicle.
NYC Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani keeps Tish as NYPD Commissioner, despite calls for reform. Apparently, nothing says change like sticking with the status quo. Maybe next they'll redefine progress as just standing perfectly still.
Top presume claims to decipher ATS algorithms, yet the real issue is the dystopian job market where machines decide your fate before you can even say qualified.
The market's like a kid with a new toy, spending wildly on AI while wondering if it's all just a flashy gadget that breaks by Christmas.
It's like a billionaire bromance, where they swap cloud services like friendship bracelets, promising the world but delivering another tech giant's monopoly.
Justice Department admits grand jury didn't sink on the indictment. Because who needs transparency when you have secrecy?
Daily Music unveils Digital Blood, claims it's revolutionary, because nothing screams originality like a heartbreak anthem where love is an algorithm and emotions are just ones and zeros. Welcome to the age of cyber heartbreak.
Only one man voted to keep Epstein files secret because nothing says justice like a shroud of mystery. When skeletons in the closet start dancing, there's always someone trying to nail the door shut and call it due process.
Zelensky visits Turkey hoping for peace as if war listens. Trying to negotiate peace with a dictator is like asking a hurricane to kindly stop blowing. Both are forces of nature with no regard for polite diplomacy.
US and Saudi Arabia sign nuclear deal. Call it civil. When two energy giants join hands over nuclear tech, civil is just the lipstick on the warhead. Remember, nothing says peace like a power struggle over uranium.
Korean Coast Guard arrests helmsman texting when ferry ran aground because multitasking is a shipwreck waiting to happen. If your navigation skills rely on Google Maps while steering a ferry, maybe it's time to dock that smartphone for good.
Trump's climate policies could cause 1.3 million deaths, but he calls it a Victory for industry. When the planet's future is a footnote in profit margins, we're all just collateral damage in the grand sequel of Apocalypse Now.
It's the cybersecurity version of the Emperor's new clothes. Invisible protection that leaves everything exposed when you least expect it.
Only 20% of chronic pain sufferers receive adequate treatment, and the healthcare industry calls it progress. When your agony is just a line item on a quarterly report, take a pill and tough it out becomes the anthem of the uninsured.
Etihad Airways buys 50 new Airbus aircraft, calls it sustainability. When your eco-friendly image is built on a fleet guzzling more jet fuel than a small country's GDP, greenwashing is just another form of turbulence.
Larry Ellison discussed axing CNN hosts with White House, then claimed it was all about improving journalistic integrity. When billionaires and presidents play media monopoly, it's like watching a fox promise to guard the henhouse.
Only 5% of listeners stream Keith's latest single, and the label calls it a hit.
OECD forecasts global public debt will top 100% of GDP, calling it manageable. When your economic plan is a financial Jenga tower, don't be surprised when the whole thing comes crashing down.
Nicki Minaj thanks Trump during UN speech, then claims faith is under attack in Nigeria. When pop stars and politicians unite over global crises, it's like watching a soap opera where the plot twist is always more ego.
Trump hurls picky insult and outrage balloons like a Macy's Thanksgiving float. When the president's vocabulary sounds like a schoolyard bully, the nation braces for its daily cringe.
Japan restarts world's largest nuclear plant, ignoring past nuclear nightmares. They say those who forget history are doomed to repeat it, but Japan seems to be speed-running straight into deja vu.
CDC alters website content on vaccines and autism, sparking conspiracy theories. In a plot twist worthy of a tinfoil hat, the CDC seems to have decided that clarity is overrated and confusion is the new public health strategy.
South Carolina proposes anti-abortion bill banning contraceptives, ensuring an ironic population boom because nothing says freedom like legislating the bedroom and turning back the clock to the pre-pill era.
China overtakes US as Germany's top trade partner, claiming the economic throne. Like a game of geopolitical musical chairs, Germany's dance with China signals a waltz away from Uncle Sam's awkward tango.
University of Minnesota team measures electron fraction, claims century-old catalysis puzzle solved. Finally, a breakthrough that proves even electrons can have commitment issues. Who knew chemistry could be this dramatic?
Who knew geopolitical tensions could be scheduled like a dentist appointment?
Mark Meechan champions AI adoption, sidesteps China investments with a diplomatic pirouette. Machin's strategy resembles avoiding a dragon's lair while hugging a silicon unicorn, embracing innovation but dodging geopolitical fire breath.
Eindhoven Airport cancels Ryanair slots for deliberate delays, claiming their on-time performance was just an urban legend. Ryanair's new slogan, "We're never on time, but at least we're consistently unpredictable."
Alphabet overtakes Microsoft with $3.637 trillion market cap, proving the only constant in tech is a bigger fish. Sounds like Alphabet's secret sauce is just a few extra zeros and a dash of investor pixie dust.
Post Malone wins first CMA award, leaving the country furious to choke on their cowboy hats.
Pharma execs tout Prozac for kids. Experts say it's placebo dressed as a cure. When your miracle drug's effects mirror sugar pills, it's time to question the magic and start counting the side effect beans.
New Fortress Energy warns of bankruptcy. Shares tumble faster than a politician's promise. Looks like the only thing liquefied here is their financial stability, and it's evaporating quicker than a CEO's accountability.
WhatsApp hijackers target users worldwide. CTN360 reveals chat chaos. When your private chats become public gossip, it's time to question if your messages are safer with pigeons than with tech giants.
Gretchen Carlson blasts Trump's treatment of female reporters as despicable because insulting women is a presidential pastime now. Apparently, respecting women is as foreign to him as reading a briefing. Maybe next he'll start throwing tantrums over tough questions.
Jair Bolsonaro requests house arrest for health reasons, facing 27 years behind bars. When a leader known for tough talk and bravado turns homebody, you can't help but wonder if justice has become a little too cozy.
Amtrak promises faster trains, but their bridges and tunnels are stuck in the Eisenhower era. Apparently, the only thing slower than Amtrak trains is their infrastructure upgrades. At this rate, we'll reach Mars before New York on time.
In a city where rent eats dreams, Chevalier plans to fight for affordability like it's the last slice of pizza at a New York party.
Italian court approves extradition of Nord Stream suspect, sends him to Germany with a one-way ticket. When justice gets outsourced like a bad call center job, you know international relations are just one big game of legal hot potato.
In a world where numbers numb, the UN meeting will be as effective as a band-aid on a bullet wound.
Trump sets Thanksgiving deadline for Ukraine peace deal. Zelensky warns of losing partner or dignity. When a holiday dinner involves carving up a country, the turkey isn't the only thing getting stuffed.
Republicans fracture into factions while claiming unity will save America. When party loyalty is a house of cards, even a breeze of change can send it tumbling.
Uber and Joby test air taxis, claiming to solve city congestion. When your commute involves a pre-flight check, maybe the skies aren't the limit, but a traffic jam with altitude.
Abbott Inc.'s $20 billion bridge loan calls it strategic growth.
When your corporate shopping spree needs a loan bigger than some countries' GDPs, maybe it's time to ask if capitalism's credit card has no limit.
Ariana Grande contracts COVID-19 during Wicked tour, halts her whirlwind publicity spree. Even the dazzling world of Hollywood can't outshine a virus that's more persistent than a tabloid photographer. Let's hope the spotlight's not contagious.
Nicki Minaj joins Trump administration and Twitter combusts. When your career path swerves from rap royalty to political pandemonium, it's like trading a mic for a megaphone in a circus of chaos.
Nvidia shares tumble despite strong earnings. Investors fear AI bubble might burst.
Sounds like a fancy way to say, let's pretend multiple hubs matter, while the same old players run the show from behind the curtain.
Texas court blocks GOP's redrawn map, deflates gerrymandering dreams. When a court tells you your political cartography is a bit too Picasso, it might be time to rethink democracy and not just your drawing skills.
Only 2% of subway incidents end in arrest, and Chicago authorities call it progress. When your morning commute includes a side of pyromania, maybe it's time to rethink safe travels and start issuing flame retardant suits instead.
Singer D4VD named suspect in teen's death found in Tesla. When your hit single is overshadowed by a crime scene investigation, it's time to consider new ways to hit the charts without hitting the headlines.
When a tech darling turns into a pumpkin, even Bitcoin gets the blues, proving that AI dreams can crash as fast as they inflate.
Oil prices dropped by 10% on Ukraine peace plan, while sanctions leave Russian oligarchs crying into their caviar. When diplomacy threatens the bottom line, it's amazing how fast peace finds itself in the crosshairs of the almighty dollar.
Prada names Bertelli to lead Versace, calls it innovation. Because nothing screams fresh and daring like a billionaire heir tweaking the seams of a brand that was bold before he was born.
When tech giants start soothing market jitters, it's like wolves promising the sheep a guided tour of the forest.
Python worm infects WhatsApp users, targets Brazilians. In the digital samba of cybercrime, even your memes aren't safe, as your data gets swiped faster than you can say carnival.
Global stocks tumble before Nvidia profits reveal. Like waiting for the wizard behind the curtain, investors hold their breath. But remember, even tech giants sometimes have feet of clay.
When music becomes a mirror,
Even the most mundane reflections can reveal the monsters we hide within. Time to face the music, folks.
Former Fugees rapper gets 14-year sentence for illicit Obama donations. When campaign finance meets hip-hop, you get a remix of Justice where the beat drops harder than the gavel.
Trump opens first hotel in the Maldives, claims it's eco-friendly, because nothing says environmental stewardship like a gold-plated resort in a sinking paradise. Maybe he'll offer beachfront views of rising sea levels as a luxury amenity.
North Macedonia puts 35 people on trial for nightclub fire that killed 63. In a tragic twist of fate, the heat of nightlife turned lethal, and now the dance of justice begins with a somber rhythm.
House members force vote to restore federal workers' union rights, defying the anti-Labour tide. When the House starts acting like a union steward,
Russian spy ship Anta patrols European waters, claims it's for research. Because when Russia talks research, they mean studying your internet cables with a magnifying glass and a mischievous grin. Who needs espionage when you have science?
Zoran Mamdani's campaign aesthetic draws from Bollywood and taxis, making politics a vibrant street performance.
Turns out, the only thing more confusing than the Trump administration's ethics is the number of Epstein's writing checks.
Only 20% of prog rock fans admit they love F-Zero remixes, and the rest pretend they're still cool. Because nothing says I'm too sophisticated for video game music, like secretly jamming to a guitar solo that sounds like a spaceship is having a midlife crisis.
Minister Balakrishnan discusses power shifts at forum, dodging accountability like a cat in a laser-pointer factory. As global giants play tug-of-war, Asia's left hoping the rope doesn't snap and whip them in the face.
Bolsonaro faces life in prison, claiming injustice while the cell door clangs shut like a long overdue punchline. When your coup dreams land you in a concrete box, irony is the only thing more confining than the bars.
Chinese electric vehicles conquer global markets, yet barely dent the US and Canada, where gasoline dreams die hard. Because who needs quiet, clean energy when you can cling to the roar of an engine and the scent of fossil fuels like a security blanket?
Senate agrees to release Epstein files, but don't hold your breath for truth among the redactions. The truth is like a rare butterfly, beautiful to imagine, impossible to catch, and always fluttering just out of reach.
Laura Loomer warns Republicans of a Nazi problem, proving irony is alive and well. When a conspiracy theorist starts waving red flags, you know the party's decor might need a serious makeover.
US raises immigration fees January 2026 because apparently the American dream now includes a surcharge. Just when you thought navigating bureaucracy was expensive enough, Uncle Sam adds a premium to the privilege of red tape.
Zelensky visits Turkey to jumpstart Russia talks, hoping the third time's a charm. diplomacy's latest stop, the Turkish delight, where conflict resolution is as elusive as a decent kebab in Kiev.
When the bill comes due, Britain might discover that colonial karma isn't just a historical footnote, but a fiscal reckoning.
Romania battles measles outbreak, while the US debates if science is a hoax. In the land where Dracula's castles dance, a viral scourge proves scarier than vampires, but America's still debating if garlic wards off disease.
Reddit user gburju150v releases track titled Make It Clay Promises Sonic Revolution. When your username is a barcode and your song title sounds like a typo, you're either avant-garde or just lost in the noise.
Poll shows 60% of voters reject Trump as GOP insists the numbers lie. In the grand circus of American politics, it seems the elephants have forgotten how to count and the ringmaster is losing his touch.
Canadian court sentences PEI man to 4 years for Snapchat-related sexual offenses with a teen, a digital nightmare made flesh.
When your border is a state of mind, even the Mississippi can't stop the creeping tide of
Federal Reserve raises rates again, blames inflation on your avocado toast.
Anna Kournikova and Enrique Iglesias anticipate baby number 4, labeling impending pandemonium as controlled chaos. Because nothing screams parental bliss like orchestrating a symphony of sleepless nights and diaper disasters on repeat.
When your cult's crackpot in chief starts sounding like a sci-fi channel, reject. Maybe it's time to question the Kool-Aid.
Trump promises F-35 jets to Saudis despite previous human rights concerns. Because nothing patches up a rocky friendship quite like a few $1 billion and some high-tech weaponry.
Trump blames Americans for inflation, insists it's their fault prices are skyrocketing. Apparently, if you just stop buying groceries and gasoline, inflation magically disappears like one of his campaign promises.
Zelensky to meet Trump envoy in Turkey calls it intensifying peace talks. Because nothing screams peace like a cocktail of geopolitical tension, a former reality TV star's envoy, and a NATO member with its own agenda.
Trump praises Namdani's charm, likening him to a real estate deal with no hidden fees. When even a demagogue finds someone charming, you wonder if they've just discovered a mirror.
Texas A&M unveils microneedle patch, claims it speeds up heart recovery. When a Band-Aid beats $1 billion industry, the cardiologists might need a heart-to-heart with their wallets.
Trump sets Thanksgiving deadline for Ukraine peace deal, risking Ukraine's dignity or partnership. Nothing says diplomacy like carving up sovereignty on a holiday meant for gratitude, served with a side of ultimatum.
Nick Fuentes declares GOP infighting, claims they look like clowns. When a white nationalist calls you a clown, it's time to question if the circus isn't already inside the tent.
Only 20% of hair straighteners work as advertised, and manufacturers call it innovation. Because nothing screams progress like a $300 hair iron that leaves you looking like a frizzed-out poodle.
US warns against Chinese loans, yet it's the largest borrower from Chinese state banks. It's like a diet guru caught in the candy aisle, preaching restraint while binging on what they're selling. Hypocrisy, anyone?
DOJ drops charges against 2 accused of ramming federal agents, justice for sale. When your day starts with dodging federal bullets and ends with a legal Houdini act, you know the system's rigged for an elite few.
DroneShield shares nosedive after US CEO exits, leaving investors jittery. It's a classic case of the captain jumping ship, but the passengers are left holding the sinking stock. Who's ready for a bumpy ride?
International Energy Agency predicts oil glut in 2026. OPEC Glass calls it balanced. When oil barons and energy profits play tug of war, consumers get the illusion of choice, but the strings are always pulled by the same oily puppeteers.
When art historians squint at clay and see poultry, you know they're winging it, proving even the ancients had their surrealist moments.
Federal court blocks Texas's GOP map, calling it a gerrymandered mess. Texas lawmakers tried to redraw democracy, but the court said their crayons were out of line. Time to color within the lines, y'all.
Russian oil tankers rushed to India, sanctions hit Friday. When your supplier is blacklisted but the clock's still ticking, it's less a race against time and more a marathon of moral gymnastics.
Riley Gaines builds anti-trans empire, profits from prejudice. When bigotry becomes a business model, the currency isn't just cash, it's the erosion of humanity for the price of a headline.
Tyson Fury knocks out Klitschko, claims boxing's heavyweight crown. Fury's fists might punch harder than his publicist, but is he the savior boxing's been waiting for, or just the latest sideshow in gloves?
When surprise becomes standard practice, the only thing dropping faster than temperatures is the faith in those who keep the lights on.
When your business model is copy-paste from the PC industry, innovation's just a buzzword, and batteries are the new floppy disks.
Taiwan prosecutors probe ex-TSMC exec at Intel, iChip security breach. Looks like someone's taking the Intel Inside slogan a bit too literally. If secrets were chips, this guy might be all in.
Only 0% of shutdown workers receive paychecks, and Congress calls it progress. When your paycheck's on a permanent coffee break, but politicians are still cashing in on your unpaid overtime.
Trading an old suit for a new one, but it's still the same tailor making the cuts.
Marjorie Taylor Greene plans to resign in January, claiming new horizons await.
MIT Media Lab develops bionic limbs, promises a cyborg future. When your prosthetic is smarter than your smartphone, you're probably less likely to butt dial your ex.
Spotify adds another indie track solving nobody's midlife crisis. When your playlist understands existential dread better than your therapist, it's time to reconsider your streaming subscriptions.
Scientists uncover 15,000-year climate shift, then ignore today's warnings. Turns out the planet's been screaming for eons, but who listens when you can't just blame the dinosaurs?
Cloudflare issues disrupt internet service, then the digital world collectively sighs.
UK refuses to buy foreign off-the-shelf tech, then claims it's innovation. Because nothing screams cutting edge like reinventing the wheel, but with more red tape and a Union Jack sticker.
When the cost of living is debated by those who live in gilded castles, the irony is so thick you could gild it too.
If our names too sparse, then MPs act shocked like they didn't know. When politicians act surprised by espionage, it's like a fish gasping at the notion of water. Welcome to the aquarium, folks.
Poland accuses Russian intelligence of railway sabotage, claims it's just another day in the neighborhood. Rickes in Pinach game is like a bad Netflix series.
Colombia taps Eurobond market again, promising fiscal sobriety while flirting with financial hangover. When your economic strategy involves borrowing to pay off borrowing, you're basically playing musical chairs with creditors. The music's still playing, but those chairs are getting scarce.
Meredith Whitney claims lower-end consumers face recession, while avocado toast generation fuels spending. When the rich blame millennials for economic woes, it's like blaming the avocado for the toast's price. Maybe it's time to spread the wealth, not just the guacamole.
Usha Vance loses wedding ring, insists she belongs first to herself, not the jewelry. In a world where women are still expected to be accessories, Usha flips the script. She's the main event, not the hand candy.
When stepping into a geopolitical minefield, it's not about if it explodes, but when.
Sometimes the only thing holding a peace force together is the hope that everyone else is just as confused.
Thanksgiving baking mishaps ruined countless meals. Now tech promises a fix. Ah, the sweet smell of technology stepping in where human patience crumbles. Because nothing says family togetherness like outsourcing traditions to machines that never complain about pie crusts.
Alstom to construct 42 Karate Max trains for PKP Intercity claims it's a track to the future. When you need to justify a €1 billion budget, just slap a future label on it and hope no one notices the trains still run late.
Ah, the Renaissance. When we dressed up ancient pagan aesthetics in holy robes and called it a revival. Divine architecture sponsored by guilt and gold.
Trump promises to sell F-35s to Saudi Arabia. Critics call it a gold-plated betrayal. When your moral compass is a roulette wheel, anything can look like a jackpot if the price is right.
$100 million AI super PAC targets New York Democrat Alex Bors, then inadvertently boosts his profile. Turns out, Silicon Valley's attempt to play puppet master just handed their target a megaphone. Thanks for the free publicity, tech overlords.
Nvidia's earnings boost AI stocks, but valuation and policy risks loom large. It's like watching a high-stakes poker game where the players are blindfolded and the chips are made of smoke and mirrors.
Investors hedge against Fed rate cuts, despite odds being a coin flip. When Wall Street bets on both sides, it's like playing poker with a stacked deck. House always wins. And it ain't you.
Microsoft open sources Zork Trilogy, reviving text adventures in a world of VR. Nostalgia hits hard when tech giants dig up digital fossils, proving once again that everything old is new, and open source again.
Palo Alto Networks buys Chronosphere for $3.35 billion, calling it strategic growth. When $1 billion shopping spree is just strategic, it's clear the tech world's monopoly game has gone full boardwalk bonkers.
Fly Dubai buys 150 Airbus jets, ditches Boeing for a new romance.
Norwegian footballer Stjelderup, convicted for sharing sexual video of minors, receives suspended sentence. When famous feet kick ethics to the curb, society's idols tumble faster than a poorly dribbled soccer ball.
U.S. warns South Africa against issuing G20 statement, fearing diplomatic fallout. When the land of the free starts muzzling the rainbow nation, you know global politics is just a game of power and whispers.
Spain pledges $710 million in military aid to Ukraine, while domestic poverty rates rise. Nothing like a bit of geopolitical grandstanding to distract from the fact that charity starts at home but pays better abroad.
Gulf lawmaker hits back after Donald Trump knocks his marriage, proving that even political bromances have their limits. Looks like Trump's got a new strategy: divide and conquer. Starting with your personal life. Who knew marriage counseling was part of the presidential package?
Nigeria intensifies search for 25 abducted schoolgirls. In a world where girls are still prey, the real abduction is of our collective conscience, when will never again mean anything at all.
Paris Museum unveils wax Diana in revenge dress decades after her death, as if closure comes with a side of kitsch. Nothing says respect for a beloved icon like turning her into a tourist attraction. Diana's legacy deserves more than a waxwork in a city she once fled.
In the battle of bots, it's the typos that win. When algorithms duel for our syntax, who really controls the narrative?
Only 30% of men handle rejection well during makeouts, while the rest could teach a masterclass in taking things personally. Seems like some men think every kiss is an audition for the Oscars. Newsflash, not every encounter is a romance novel waiting to happen.
President Trump calls for Senator Kelly's execution, then denies inciting violence. When a president's rhetoric sounds like a mob boss audition, democracy's pulse takes a nosedive. Who's writing this script? A rejected soap opera villain?
Silver pickups release The Wreckage, promising rock salvation, but only deliver echoes of yesterday's riffs. It's like expecting a revolution and getting a remix familiar beats dressed in new threads, but the rebellion's gone missing.
Redburn analyst cuts Microsoft and Amazon ratings, calls generative AI the emperor with no clothes. When tech titans start shedding their shiny AI hype, maybe it's time to stop counting zeros and start counting real-world impact. Silicon Valley's glitter doesn't always translate to gold.
It's like tossing a match into a room full of gasoline. Everyone's watching for the inevitable explosion, but the arsonist just shrugs.
Microsoft forces Windows 11 to be an agentic OS, whether users want it or not. In a world where software demands its own agency, Microsoft assumes users will just roll over and take it. Who needs autonomy when your OS is calling the shots?
Cloudflare outage blamed on file size doubling, deemed a hyperscale attack. Turns out, the real hyperscale threat was a digital muffin top, too much data packed into too tight a space, and it burst at the seams.
EU Parliament considers special status for NI politicians, dubbed reunification prep. Because what better way to reunite a family than by giving some members a shiny new seat at the adult table while others are still stuck at the kiddie table?
Vietnam reports 43 flood deaths, while rain continues to drench coffee regions. As the waters rise, so does the grim toll, but hey, at least the coffee beans are getting a thorough soaking. Who needs dry land when you've got caffeine?
Salesforce scrambles after Gainsight breach, exposes customer data, labeling it a security hiccup. When your data gets stolen and the corporate response is to shrug and call it a hiccup, it's time to grab the antacid and rethink your trust issues.
Israel launches airstrikes on southern Gaza, killing at least 5 Palestinians, calling it strategic necessity. When strategic necessity involves death and destruction, maybe the strategy should include a dictionary and a conscience.
Iranian husband kills child bride with wooden stick, and the silence is deafening. In a country where women's voices are stifled, the echoes of this brutality are met with a shrug from those in power. It's a horror show playing in a theater of indifference.
US demands Ukraine cut military and cede land, calling it a peace plan. When peace means surrender and sacrifice, it seems someone forgot the justice in just peace.
Ozzy Osbourne's son claims lost Madonna duet exists, from when Dad was popping in the 80s. If only musical archaeology could resurrect the glory days when leather and lace were the language of rebellion.
US Congress demands Epstein files released, but the wealthy already know their secrets. For survivors seeking justice, the truth is a waiting game while the elite play hide-and-seek with their pasts. It's a masquerade of power where masks refuse to drop.
UK drill duo Mazda L20 and Ed Matthews dropped Global Shutdown, promising a revolution in sound. If only their beats could actually shut down the powers that be, instead of just making our eardrums tremble.
President Trump slashes tariffs on Brazilian coffee and beef, then claims he's saving America's breakfast. In reality, he's just making sure his steak and coffee addiction doesn't break the bank while the rest of us scramble for scraps.
Czech parliament elects far-right speaker, celebrates revolution by forgetting its lessons. In a surreal twist, the Velvet Revolution's anniversary is marked by a political about-face, where the ghosts of progress weep as history's pendulum swings backward.
President Trump orders Epstein files released, promising transparency while his own closet remains locked. It's like demanding open curtains when you're the one hiding behind velvet drapes, hoping no one notices the skeletons waltzing around.
Apparently, we'd rather watch fictional witches defy gravity than face the real-world ones defying accountability in high places.
Bald eagle drops cat through windshield. Driver questions nature's sense of humor. Somewhere between majestic and macabre, the eagle's delivery service offers an unexpected lesson in wildlife interactions. Never trust a national symbol with your morning commute.
Microsoft reveals Azure faced a massive DDoS attack from over 500,000 IP addresses, but insists it's business as usual.
Carson Block warns shorting Nvidia is a fast track to bankruptcy, claims AI pretenders are the real targets. In a world where tech giants are the new untouchables, the real gamble is betting against their wannabe clones.
African leaders propose EU-style bloc, but unity remains as elusive as a unicorn in a boardroom. In the grand game of geopolitical chess, Africa's dream of a united front is often checkmated by its own kings and queens who prefer ruling their own pawns.
Trump administration plans to resurrect school segregation, claiming it's a move towards educational freedom.
Only 20% of climate models accurately predict cloud behavior, and scientists call it a breakthrough. Apparently, predicting where fluffy sky pillows float is the new frontier of human achievement. Next up, guessing which way the wind blows.
CDC embraces anti-vaccine rhetoric, declares scientific consensus overrated. In a bizarre twist, the CDC's website now reads like a conspiracy theorist diary, with the agency abandoning decades of evidence for Kennedy's bedtime stories.
It's like bagging matches to stop fires, except these matches are ideas and the fire is progress.
Google tracks 42 languages, claiming it's for better service. Translation: surveillance with a smile, because nothing says "we care" like knowing your every digital heartbeat.
Microsoft and Nvidia pledge $15 billion to Anthropic, because monopolies need variety too. When tech titans fund their rival's rival, it's less about innovation and more about keeping the monopoly board interesting.
Labour Department erases data after shutdown, calling it an unexpected consequence. It's like losing your homework and blaming the dog, except the dog is an entire government agency.
France blocks New Caledonia activists' return, proving colonialism's travel restrictions are not just a thing of the past. When your colonial overseer decides your travel itinerary, freedom feels like a round-trip ticket to nowhere.
Court delays Epstein records release, citing administrative backlog. Justice delayed is justice denied, but hey, bureaucracy loves a good nap while the truth gathers dust.
Goop representative flashes 6'7" gesture in House, calls it just a hand signal. When your hand language is as cryptic as your policies, it's no wonder the House feels like a secret society meeting.
Fox News anchor Brett Baier delivers damning poll numbers Trump calls it fake news. When reality checks bounce like a rubber ball, it's no surprise the truth gets spun into an alternate dimension.
University of California research links microplastics to heart disease, yet we're still wrapping everything in plastic like it's the new black. Apparently, our arteries are the latest landfill for microplastics, proving once again that what doesn't kill us makes us...
Indonesia burns through coal like a pyromaniac with a lighter, yet claims to be shocked by climate chaos. When coal becomes the currency of growth, the seasons pay the price, leaving the planet with a tab it can't afford.
Only 20% of Congress votes for transparency, and Trump calls it a win for accountability. When secrets are the currency of power, even a glimpse of the truth is treated like a full confession.
Only 30% of Himalayan towns receive aid, and governments call it disaster management. When the earth swallows your future,
all you get is a bureaucratic shrug and a recycled press release.
Only 10% of Gaza's injured receive comprehensive medical aid, and governments call it humanitarian support. In a world where survival is a lottery, a child's courage is the only currency that never devalues.
Mamdani pledges to negotiate with Trump for affordability, then plans a meeting in the land of billionaires. When a democratic socialist meets a real estate mogul, it's like a vegan at a steakhouse. Everyone's hoping for a rare outcome.
NSW police use capsicum spray on 87-year-old at aged care home. Call it welfare concern.
When the truth is more guarded than a maximum security prison, you know the files must be steamier than a soap opera.
U.S. Treasuries rise as mixed jobs report hints at rate cut, feeding Wall Street's wishful thinking. In the financial world, it's the classic case of if you squint hard enough, everything looks like a win.
Purple slashes prices up to 30%, marketing sleep as the latest luxury indulgence. Because nothing says restful slumber like the constant anxiety of missing out on a sale for a mattress that promises to be cooler than you.
Courtroom screens show Robert Deere, accused of Colorado Springs shootings, as anti-abortion rhetoric claims another mind. When words become weapons, those who wield them never seem to be the ones facing the barrel.
Saudi Arabia eyes American F-35s because nothing says peace like a good arms race. When your neighbor's jet is shinier than yours, it's time to upgrade your toys and your insecurities.
Klarna reports record revenue, yet increases credit loss provisions, proving that every silver lining comes with a cloud of debt. When your business model is buy now, pay later, just remember the pay later part always comes knocking.
Only 20% of cattle ranchers profit, and Big Beef calls it market efficiency. While ranchers fight for scraps, corporate carnivores feast on juicy margins, leaving us all with a bitter taste of inequality.
Harvard grapples with Larry Summers' Epstein emails, but elite networks remain untouchable. When your email contacts include a convicted sex offender, maybe it's time to rethink your social calendar, Larry.
Epstein bill passes Congress, heads to Trump, but accountability is still missing in action.
White House official allegedly meddles in sex trafficking probe.
but justice remains elusive. When the fox guards the hen house, the hens get plucked, and the fox gets a cushy corner office. Who's surprised?
Church doubles soup kitchen rent, cuts hours, then preaches charity. When faith becomes a landlord, the hungry are left praying for miracles instead of meals.
Morgan Stanley Sliman praises skepticism, calls it tech stock savior. When doubt is the only thing keeping the tech bubble from bursting, maybe we're all just one tweet away from financial chaos.
South Africa blocks more flights of Palestinians, forcing them to fund their own exile from Gaza. It's like being charged for the privilege of eviction. Next, they'll make them tip the pilots on the way out.
Education Department prepares for more cuts, calls it reform. When gutting schools is labeled progress, it's like saying a fire sale is a great way to redecorate.
Trump touts lower food stamp usage, ignores rising hunger. When fewer people get help, it's not prosperity, it's just poverty with a new dress code.
Vindman demands Trump MBS call release, promises shocking revelation.
Trump approval rating plummets, blamed on Epstein ties and affordability crisis. When the emperor's clothes cost more than your rent, no wonder the crowd starts booing.
CDC resurrects discredited vaccine autism link, sparking outrage among doctors. When science is treated like a boomerang, we all end up with egg on our faces.
Frida Kahlo's self-portrait sells for $54.7 million, setting a new record for female artists at auction. Kahlo's pain now has a price tag, proving that nothing says, "I understand your suffering," like a bidding war among the elite.
U.S. schools lower education standards, creating a nation of underprepared graduates. When diplomas become participation trophies, society earns an A+ in mediocrity and a PhD in poor decisions.
Only 5 people watched Argab's new video, and the producer calls it a viral hit. When the algorithm boosts mediocrity, even tumbleweeds get a standing ovation.
Nicki Minaj claims faith is under attack while spreading misleading information at the United Nations, turning diplomacy into a pop concert.
Wicked for Good rakes, and $30.8 million in previews, yet claims to be an underdog. When Broadway blockbusters play the victim, it's like Goliath whining about a pebble in his shoe.
Mike Johnson releases Epstein files expecting transparency, instead ignites a political firestorm. Looks like Johnson was hoping for a spotlight moment, but ended up burning the whole theatre down. When skeletons dance out, they rarely stick to the script.
Diane Keaton's passing triggers the Family Stone sequel, and studios call it a tribute. Hollywood's idea of honoring the dead, cashing in on nostalgia while the ink on the obituary is still wet.
Trump unveils Ukraine peace plan, claims it'll be over in 24 hours. With all the foresight of a goldfish, Trump's peace plan probably involves a golf course, a tweet, and a prayer.
Court blocks Texas from using new congressional map backed by Republicans, and they call it fair play. When your version of fair is as crooked as a politician's smile, maybe it's time to redefine your dictionary.
Company CEO refuses to donate prize for holiday raffle after 25 years, and they call it self-care. Because nothing says festive spirit like hoarding your golden egg while the office drones fight over a fruit basket.
Only 30% of EU leaders agree on climate action, and they call it unity. When your solution to a burning planet is to sit around debating the color of the fire extinguisher, you better bring marshmallows.
Trump receives Swiss gold and Rolex gifts, then calls it diplomacy. When diplomacy is just a jewelry heist in a suit, you start wondering if the Oval Office has a secret pawn shop.
Roger Federer slides into International Tennis Hall of Fame because when you're so good that
U.S. sends South African president a G20 memo. Apparently, diplomacy now includes, oops, we changed our minds. When the world powers play musical chairs, it's always the smaller nations left standing when the music stops.
Trump accuses Democrats of sedition, igniting veterans' outrage. When sedition's defined by whoever has the loudest megaphone, democracy starts to look like a game of musical chairs.
Senate unanimously demands Epstein file release. Suddenly, transparency's the new black and cover-up couture. When senators agree, it's like finding unicorns playing poker. Someone's betting on a bigger scandal.
Saudi Arabia seeks F-35 fighter jets while US rethinks previous hesitations. When oil and arms become the currency of friendship, world peace is just an overpriced dream on the clearance rack of diplomacy.
Stone Roses legend Manny Mansfield dies at 63, leaving bass lines and broken hearts echoing in his wake. When the rhythm section of your past fades out, the silence is louder than any encore.
Federal judge slams DOJ for mishandling Comey case, calling their blunders profound missteps and disturbing.
Senate passes Epstein bill within hours, claiming urgency. When power decides speed is more important than scrutiny, legislation turns from a tool of justice into a magician's sleight of hand trick.
Trump threatens CNN's broadcast license over Epstein questions, citing unfair treatment of his friends. When power can't handle a question, it tries to silence the answer with a regulatory muzzle.
When the halls of power are filled with more hot air than solutions, even the voices of reason start to suffocate.
Roblox to scan users' faces for age verification despite privacy concerns. In the dystopian playground of child safety, the virtual babysitter decides the best way to protect kids is by peering into their souls.
Trump tariffs inflate Thanksgiving dinner prices, then call it a feast for the economy. When staffing costs more than your rent, maybe it's time to start serving political promises instead of turkey.
White House calls ABC News fake, then posts article on official site.
Only 23% of Twitter users care about Claire Danes' updates, and your boss calls it dedication. Your new obsession is a tribute to one actress, but let's hope it doesn't turn into a Homeland-style drama with friends and family staging an intervention.
Trump signs Epstein bill, delays file release until election year. Looks like transparency is taking a backseat to campaign strategy. Who knew justice had a party line and a calendar?
Recycling discredited myths is like reselling snake oil at a science fair. The CDC should know better than to peddle fear over facts.
Putin boasts about US-Russia peace plan, then faces an economy teetering on the brink of recession. Talking peace while your economy crumbles is like serving caviar at a soup kitchen. Russia's bravado can't mask its financial woes.
Only 4% of Congress acknowledges the unemployment crisis, while the rest focus on their re-election campaigns. When the economy sinks, the lawmakers swim for cover, proving once again they're only lifeguards for their own careers.
A Brexit bank funds A2 MP with $300 million, calling it a boost for African development. Throwing cash at minerals while communities thirst for clean water is like polishing a diamond in the rough and calling it a home.
Researchers label ultra-processed food a global health threat, yet big food lobbies for more shelf space. Feeding the world poison with a smile and a catchy jingle, just another day in the life of corporate culinary conquest.
Federal Reserve members clash on December rate cut after 2 reductions failed to ease financial woes. When your economic strategy is as clear as mud, why not just argue over which shade of grey to wear?
Only 30% of siblings stay civil when inheritance is involved, and your brother's lawsuit is a testament to that statistic. In the grand tradition of family feuds, your brother's trying to turn dad's last gift into a courtroom drama. Who knew love and legacy could be so litigious?
Trump administration reverses Ukraine strategy, creating bigger strategic problems for itself. It's like trying to win a chess game by flipping the board and declaring checkmate bold, baffling, and bound to backfire.
Mount Semeru erupts, forcing 300 people to evacuate, and the government calls it a routine volcanic outburst. When the tallest peak on Java decides to throw a tantrum, it's not just ash it rains down, but a masterclass in how to dodge Mother Nature's fiery moods.
U.S. pressures Zelensky to accept deal by Thanksgiving, threatens to withdraw support. It's like telling a chef to finish a gourmet meal or you'll take away the kitchen, just a recipe for diplomatic indigestion.
She could.
Apple Studio Display launches at $1,599. Solves the age-old problem of too much money in your pocket.
Because nothing screams gangster like a parasol, and nothing says trademark like a rapper in court. Bill Ackman plans 2026 Pershing Square IPO, calls it visionary. Because nothing says futuristic, like waiting 3 years to sell the same old hedge fund dreams to new investors.
Trump proposes 28-point peace plan for Russia and Ukraine solves nothing. Because if there's anything that screams diplomatic genius,
Cheney's funeral excludes Trump and Pence, yet all 4 living former vice presidents RSVP. It's like being left off the guest list for a reunion of America's favorite political sitcom, where the laughter is canned and the drama is very, very real.
Because if Congress can't manage basic human decency, maybe they should try a kindergarten refresher course on playing nice with others.
Numerai Nab's $500 million valuation calls it a triumph of crowdsourcing. Who knew that solving the stock market puzzle was just a matter of convincing academia to play financial Pokemon Go?
Scientists uncover massive hidden structures inside Earth, claim they hold secrets to life's origin. Turns out the planet's been hoarding a cosmic cheat sheet all along, while we were busy arguing about which came first, the chicken or the egg.
Politicians finally decide sunlight is the best disinfectant, just as long as their own skeletons stay comfortably in the closet.
Congress introduces bill for firefighter respiratory protection, finally acknowledges breathing toxic smoke is bad. Apparently, it took decades to realize that lungs aren't made of asbestos, and that firefighters aren't just flame-resistant action figures.
Assyria nears £2.1 billion deal for domestic in general, calls it expansion. When your toaster warranty is worth billions, you know capitalism's found a way to profit off every crumb.
When Shakespeare becomes the key to hacking AI, perhaps it's time to sharpen our quills.
ABC drops Glenn McGrath over betting links, citing ethical concerns for a game that's already a gamble. Zen enrichment, a sport that thrives on chance and luck, suddenly finds morality when money's on the line.
When defense giants play Lego with missiles, you know peace is just a side quest in the War Games manual.
Only 12% of ICE investigations result in criminal charges, and Congress calls it effective. When your success rate rivals a coin flip, maybe it's time to question if you're enforcing the law or just flipping quarters.
Carlyle's Pooja Goyal demands energy strategy for AI, as if data centers could run on wishful thinking and good intentions alone. Because nothing screams smart future like AI running on fossil fuels while we binge watch climate change documentaries on the side.
Chronic inflammation transforms bone marrow into a disease factory, but Big Pharma calls it an opportunity. When your body's assembly line goes rogue, it's less about healing and more about keeping the pill pushers in business.
Zelensky faces US-Russia ultimatum. Dignity or key ally putting Ukraine's sovereignty on the clearance rack of geopolitical bargains.
Mexico's corn yields plummet while Sheinbaum touts scientific solutions, ignoring hunger. When your tortillas become a luxury, politicians serve up science fiction instead of sustainable solutions.
Trump invites Mamdani to the White House despite months of verbal sparring. When ideological opposites meet for coffee, expect more steam than substance. Will it be a handshake or a showdown?
Gunmen abduct 52 Catholic students in Nigeria, calling it education reform with a side of terror. When education becomes a hostage negotiation, classrooms are battlegrounds and diplomas are just ransom notes in disguise.
When threats morph into cheers, we're not in Kansas anymore. It's a dystopian pep rally where civility takes a backseat to chaos.
White House accuses Ted Cruz of sabotage, claiming he's eyeing 2028. When ambition's shadow looms larger than loyalty, politics becomes a Shakespearean drama without the poetic justice.
Gary Vance criticizes CBC over Canada's immigration policy, labels it insanity, while endorsing a war of maple syrup. When a senator from a melting pot nation calls immigration crazy, irony just booked a one-way ticket to Canada.
Trump demands arrest of Democrats, citing their call for military to reject unlawful orders. In a world where questioning illegality is treason, the law becomes as flexible as a rubber band in a toddler's grip.
Caroline Leavitt accuses Mattel of Ice Barbie scandal, then demands a retraction. When a politician battles plastic, it's like watching a snowman fight a hairdryer, meltdown guaranteed and no one's left standing.
Poland
multiple individuals linked to rail sabotage. Foreign minister brands Russian actions as state terrorism and calls for international response. When train tracks become geopolitical chessboards, the game is rigged, and the pawns are always the last to know they're in play.
Meta wins FTC antitrust case keeps WhatsApp and Instagram intact. Congratulations to Meta for proving that monopolies are like fine wine, better with age and a touch of courtroom finesse.
Canadian government funds Inuit-led research, yet climate change erodes their homeland. It's a classic case of here's some cash, good luck with the melting ice, how thoughtful.
Advocacy groups warn parents against AI toys this holiday, citing privacy risks and potential data breaches. When Santa's workshop turns into Big Brother's data mine, even teddy bears start to look like undercover agents.
Citigroup appoints new CFO, but expert calls them unproven. It's like handing the keys to a sports car to someone with a learner's permit and hoping for the best.
China claims AI edge over US, but the real race is for control. In the end, winning AI is like winning a game of chess on a sinking ship. The real question is who controls the lifeboats.
BBC board member resigns after exclusion from bias talks, claims liberal bias accusations are sidelining dissent. When the echo chamber's door slams shut, even the boardroom becomes a soundproof cell for inconvenient truths.
Democratic influencers headline Crooked Con, but the real draw is the theatrics. It's less about politics and more about watching a reality show where the protagonists are just as confused as the viewers.
Nigerian authorities report second school abduction this week, but the kidnappers remain at large. In a tragic cycle of neglect and fear, education becomes the hostage, while the government delivers only hollow condolences.
Japanese local politician to decide fate of Kashiwazaki Kariwa nuclear plant, balancing energy needs with public unease. When your energy solution feels like a ticking time bomb, it's hard to tell if you're being powered or played.
Eagles QB Hurts refuses to flee despite teams' reported frustration, embracing criticism as a growth opportunity. When you quarterback channels Rocky Balboa, the real battle is against the weight of expectations, not the opposing team.
Trump promises to end Sudan's civil war, while his own administration struggles with basic diplomacy. The man who brought you peace in our time now tackles international conflicts. Let's hope he doesn't turn diplomacy into a reality show.
Jeff Bezos plans an even bigger rocket because size apparently matters more than sustainability. In the great billionaire space race, it's not about reaching the stars. It's about whose rocket compensates for their existential void.
Tomorrowland charges €300 for tickets, claims it's an immersive experience. When the price of admission rivals a transatlantic flight, perhaps the real trip is your wallet's disappearing act.
Google says it must double capacity every 6 months, calls it progress, not panic. In the AI gold rush, Google's answer to overinvestment fears is to shovel more cash into the furnace and call it innovation.
UK Home Office rejects 40% of Windrush compensation claims, calls it thorough vetting.
Mark Rebellet postpones tour after scooter crash because walking is so last century. In a world where rock stars crash scooters instead of hotel rooms, we find new ways to postpone the revolution.
Only 30% of Gulf workers commute by public transport, and economists call it progress. In a region where oil runs deeper than convenience, the drive to work is just another way to keep the planet on its toes.
U.S. Coast Guard reclassifies swastikas and nooses as hate symbols after backlash. It's a little late to the party, but at least the Coast Guard finally realized that these symbols aren't exactly love letters.
United Airlines cancels 2 bond offerings, blames volatility in a market it usually ignores. When airlines start treating bonds like lost luggage, you know the turbulence isn't just in the skies.
Advocacy groups warn against AI toys, claiming they're as cuddly as a data breach under the tree. When your child's new toy becomes Big Brother's little cousin, it's time to rethink what's stuffed in that stocking.
Brazil arrests Bolsonaro, takes him into protective custody, claiming he's a flight risk. When your former president needs protective custody, it's less about safety and more about keeping him from booking a one-way ticket to the Cayman Islands.
Only 17% more Americans choose Greyhound over flights this Thanksgiving, and Greyhound calls it progress. When federal shutdowns make a cross-country bus ride seem like a luxury upgrade, you know the travel industry is running on fumes and fumes alone.
Trump promises affordability, delivers a rabbit hole of contradictions and economic fiction. When your wallet's emptier than a campaign promise, even the Mad Hatter would call this economic agenda a hat trick of delusion.
After a decade of promises, deformed wing virus mutations in honeybees still plague researchers, and the bees are not impressed. When your science project turns into a generational saga, you might be better off asking the bees for a research grant.
Trump drafts order to thwart state AI laws, threatens federal funding cuts. Because nothing screams innovation like a federal smackdown on states trying to regulate rogue robots.
Quantum computers simulate physics beyond supercomputers, yet the universe still defies us with its cosmic in-jokes. When even the atoms are laughing at your silicon struggles, maybe it's time to ask the universe for a cheat code instead of a quantum leap.
FBI infiltrates signal chat of immigration activists. Privacy promises evaporate. Apparently, end-to-end encryption now includes a stopover at Big Brother's desk.
Raul Jimenez scores 3 goals in 1 week. But Wolves still can't escape mid-table mediocrity.
Swiss diplomat Artida praises US trade deal, ignores looming cheese tariff chaos. Looks like the fondue pot of diplomacy is boiling over with a side of Swiss naivety.
Grizzly bear attacks school in Canada. Officials suggest bear sensitivity training. Because clearly, what we need now is a seminar on how to teach bears the importance of personal space.
Superman comic sells for $9.12 million while minimum wage workers still can't afford rent. The Man of Steel saves the day in print, but in reality, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's another example of wealth disparity soaring to new heights.
Trump signs Epstein bill releasing DOJ files, calls it transparency. Because nothing screams open government like a bill that sounds like a plot twist from a conspiracy thriller.
DeepSeek R1 launches at half the size solves nothing. It's like putting a jet engine in a go-kart and calling it innovation. Sure, it's smaller, but who's steering this chaos?
BNP Paribas launches billion-dollar buyback, still can't buy back public trust. As BNP tries to buff its balance sheet, one wonders if their CEO thinks he can just swipe left on financial accountability.
Only 20% of AI firms address climate impact and CEOs call it progress. It's like giving a toddler a flamethrower and claiming it's just a new way to warm their milk.
Saudi Arabia pledges billions to the US, calls it diversification.
Apple defies tech sell-off because even gravity is seduced by their sleek marketing. While the tech sector stumbles, Apple's stock floats on a cloud of brand loyalty so thick it might just be the new gold standard.
Miss Mexico wins Miss Universe 2025. Beauty pageant solves world peace. Crowning a queen for a year while global leaders bicker like toddlers over toys they can't share. Now that's the real talent show.
Garmana's Ramonder drops with ancient lore. Folk rock solves Spotify's algorithm. In a world where AI curates your playlists, a Swedish band whispers history's secrets to the beat of electric guitars. Embrace the rebellion.
AI redefines intimacy, and suddenly your vibrator has feelings. As tech and porn merge, your AI lover might know your desires better than you, but at least they won't forget anniversaries.
Congress revives AI law debate, then stalls progress. While the future races forward, lawmakers wrestle over regulations like it's a slow-motion wrestling match, forgetting that AI won't wait for them to catch up.
Thompson twins redefine truth in lies, then dance to denial.
Eminem and Rihanna's duet hits 1 billion views, proving heartbreak is a profitable business model. Love the Way You Lie. Weird Toxic Romance gets a platinum soundtrack and reminds us that some flames are best left extinguished.
Fox News reports Trump's approval hits 20%, insists it's not a typo. When your biggest cheerleader starts booing, maybe it's time to rethink the playbook, or at least change the channel.
The Justice Department vows transparency and withholds Epstein files, citing an ongoing inquiry. It's like promising a fireworks show and delivering a single sparkler, just enough light to see the shadows lurking behind the curtain.
Paris Hilton cries before her first concert, calls it a visual memoir. For those keeping score, it's a tear-streaked reminder that the rich really do have it all, except perhaps timing and taste.
Hungary bypasses Russian sanctions with barter deals, calls it innovation. When your country is trading potatoes for pipelines, it's less innovation and more like a medieval flashback. Who needs euros when you've got cabbages?
Google Africa pledges digital future for Africa, while profits remain elsewhere. It's a classic case of, we'll take the data, you keep the dream. Just remember, folks, the only thing faster than African internet might be the extraction of its value.
Justice Department botches, Comey prosecution blames paperwork gremlins. When you're trying to take down a former FBI director, maybe double check your homework. It's like they weaponized bureaucracy as a form of self-sabotage.
Polish TNT intended for Europe ends up in Gaza, Polish MP cries foul. When your defense materials get redirected to fuel conflict, it's less about protection and more about playing hot potato with morality.
My heart recalls baby formula after botulism outbreak, yet some stores still stock it.
Apparently, the cure for corporate boredom is buying up the competition like it's a clearance sale.
Redditor posts view from the fortress of Justinian the Great, calls it breathtaking. Meanwhile, history looks down and wonders if all our modern battles will be remembered as selfie backdrops and hashtag moments.
Trump announces $270 billion in deals during Saudi prince's visit. Details remain as elusive as peace in the Middle East. In the world of geopolitics, sometimes it's not about the size of the deal, but the size of the secret seeking.
SAFE 3D draft text urges more funds for poorer countries omits fossil fuels.
It seems the only thing lower than Trump's approval ratings.
Russia rejects Trump's peace plan, demands full military victory in Ukraine. Looks like Russia's not interested in Trump's version of art of the deal. They're aiming for art of the war. Peace talks? More like a plot twist that never aired.
Amazon uncovers attacks exploiting Cisco ASE and Citrix NetSquatter, calls it a zero-day surprise. In the world of cybersecurity, it's like Amazon found a hidden Easter egg, but instead of chocolate, it's a ticking time bomb. Keep your firewalls close and your vulnerabilities closer.
Ministers demand Nigel Farage respond to teenage racism claims, yet he remains as silent as a Brexit benefit. Farage's reluctance to comment is as predictable as a clock striking midnight, but without the Cinderella transformation.
Florida police cite jurisdictional confusion over P. Diddy's conduct, blame procedural fog. When your legal system's as tangled as a headphone cable in a pocket, even P. Diddy's antics can slip through the cracks unexamined.
Only 30% of companies secure software and tech giants call it innovation.
Tom Steyer announces run for California governor, promising to fight climate change with his billionaire wallet. Nothing says grassroots environmentalism like a campaign funded by more money than most forests have trees.
Only 20% of displaced Kenyans receive aid, and government officials call it sufficient. When your lifeboat is a tourist boat and your shelter is a headline, sufficient sounds like a sick joke told by someone dry.
When your AI rewrites history with a whitewash brush, maybe it's time to uninstall and try a conscience instead.
Trump 79 claims best numbers ever after a week of his worst approval ratings because reality is just a suggestion. It's like calling a burning building a sauna. Sure, it's hot, but the screams aren't exactly relaxing.
Tech companies demand your face for AI age checks, risking privacy to save their skin. When digital gatekeepers become face collectors, we're all just data points in their ever-growing people zoo.
Russia claims first foreign delivery of the Su-57 with new upgrades, but it's like selling a sports car without an engine. They say it flies, but maybe they mean it floats on a cloud of denial and state-sponsored spin.
Egyptian inflation rises unexpectedly, dividing Wall Street on fifth rate cut in 2025. Goop grapples with Trump's eventual exit in 2029 as restless Republicans release Epstein files against his wishes. Even the GOP knows that clinging to Trump's coattails is like riding a roller coaster with no brakes, and the tracks are fast running out.
White House plans executive order to block state AI laws. So much for states' rights when Silicon Valley whispers. Federal overreach is the new black, especially when it comes with a tech giant's seal of approval and a lobbyist handshake.
Brooks offers 20% off promo code for November, making reliability a little more affordable. When your running shoes are more dependable than most political promises, you know they've got a good thing going.
Trump unveils Gaza plan, but not a single volunteer steps up to die for it. When even the most die-hard fans are ghosting your grand plan, it might be time to rethink your strategy.
Orbis Fund returns 54% with non-AI stocks, proving the human brain still occasionally outcomputes the algorithmic noise. Who knew? Investing in things that actually exist instead of digital daydreams can still turn a buck or two.
Wall Street traders flounder after wild stock swings, crypto tanks, Nvidia continues its nosedive. When your week's highlight is not losing your shirt, you know the markets become a financial horror show.
Slate Crossword Clue asks, where many singles can be found in your area, 11 letters. It's a library, the only place where Tinder and Dewey Decimal meet for a blind date.
Coalition offers to support labor's nature laws if environmental protections are conveniently forgotten. Politics, where saving the environment means saving the economy from having to deal with it.
Christine Lagarde warns Europe's economy gears towards a vanishing world while growth quietly erodes. Lagarde's poetic lament hints at an EU strategy, like a Titanic captain plotting a course for the iceberg, serenaded by the orchestra.
ICE agents raid a church without explanation because divine intervention needed a bureaucratic upgrade. Nothing says land of the free like turning sanctuary into a surprise episode of Cops.
Former Icelandic PM claims AI and English media endanger Icelandic language, yet tech giants say it's progress. In this digital age, it seems the Viking tongue might get pillaged by Silicon Valley's algorithms, trading ancient sagas for trending TikToks.
WhatsApp exposed 3.5 billion phone numbers, calling it an unfortunate oversight. In the world of digital privacy, end-to-end encryption means your secrets are safe, except when they're not, and your phone number's on a global tour.
Christine Lagarde blames policymakers for 6 years of inaction as Europe's export model becomes an economic ghost story. When your growth strategy relies on a vanishing act, even Houdini can't save your bottom line.
FBI investigates bomb threat at Representative Maggie Goodlander's office, but democracy still stands. When your political discourse devolves into bomb threats, maybe it's time to reassess what land of the free really means.
Pharmaceutical companies push alternate meds on patients, calling it progress while side effects skyrocket. When your cure feels worse than the disease, maybe it's not healthcare, but a high-stakes gamble with your well-being.
Japan announces $135 billion stimulus hoping to cure its economic malaise with a cash injection. Like a caffeine shot for a comatose patient, this stimulus is more wishful thinking than miracle cure.
Tech giants revive headphone jacks in 2025, calling it innovation after years of pushing wireless.
Spain draws 2-2 with Turkey, yet still tops Group E for 2026 World Cup. In the game of musical chairs that is international football, Spain finds the last seat despite the dance of mediocrity.
Only 9% of AI tools are free, and tech companies call it generosity. When the price is zero, but your data is the currency, you're not a user, you're the product.
When your office romance tanks your company's stock, you get a golden parachute, and the rest get a golden shower.
Muddy Waters Capital CEO Carson Block critiques NVIDIA, targets AI shorts, and backs Snowline Gold Corp on Bloomberg TV. The financial world's version of a reality TV villain, shorting AI stocks while betting on gold, a classic case of betting on the past to predict the future.
When even your playlist needs therapy, this track's got you covered, fluttering between existential dread and digital daydreams.
Miss Universe crowns Mexico's Fatima Bosch after walkout, proving drama is the new tiara. When beauty queens start ghosting pageant organizers, you know reality TV's got nothing on the real world.
Gunshots disrupt tree lighting ceremony, turning holiday cheer into frantic panic. From festive lights to flashing sirens, nothing says season's greetings like a public event turned crime scene, a grim reminder that even traditions aren't bulletproof.
Democrat demands Capitol Police investigate Trump's sedition posts, showcasing the art of making reality stranger than fiction.
When your local convenience store stocks more THC than CBD, Prohibition's just a ghost story told by the ghost of Nancy Reagan.
Cynthia Erivo shields Ariana Grande in Singapore, turning pop concerts into covert ops. When divas need bodyguards, and bodyguards need Oscars, you know the world stage is more action-packed than the movies. Who needs a spy thriller when you've got a pop tour?
Lindsey Graham blocks House bill to repeal shutdown deal, keeps $500,000 lawsuit perks alive for senators. When your legal safety net is worth $500,000, democracy's just a high-stakes poker game played with taxpayer chips.
South African women demand GBV be a national disaster, staging a purple protest to paint the streets with urgency. When the system treats gender violence like a whisper, women have to shout in color just to be heard.
Justice Alito's signature is the only ink needed to redraw democracy in favor of the grand old party, because who needs fair play when you have power plays?
When the fox guards the henhouse, expect a lot of feathers and very few eggs.
Trump approval hit second-term low of 38%, and he calls it a witch hunt. When your popularity plunges deeper than a mining drill, maybe it's time to stop digging.
Israeli airstrike kills 13 in Lebanese refugee camp, calls it defense. Collateral damage is just another term for the innocent lives that get caught in the crosshairs of geopolitical chess games.
Tyson Foods to close U.S. beef plant blames dwindling cattle supplies. When the stakes are high and the cows are low, corporate giants find a way to serve their bottom line on a silver platter.
Get sued for unconstitutional overreach. When your legal strategy involves rewriting the dictionary to make your enemies fit, expect a few lawsuits in the mail.
Hedge funds panic sell to cover shorts, then hastily reverse as stocks rebound. When gambling with other people's money, it's always a bad day when the house forgets which way the roulette wheel spins.
Nigel Farage faces new racism allegations, recalls schoolmate. When your childhood rhetoric makes today's headlines, maybe it's time to stop blaming youthful indiscretions and start owning up to who you've become.
Hollywood producers clash with actors and execs, insisting their value remains intact despite battles over credits and cash. In Tinseltown, where egos are bigger than budgets, everyone's a star until the credits roll and reality checks start bouncing.
Kelly Sloan wins NSW Liberal leadership unopposed, claims unity when no one bothers to run against you. Maybe it's less about unity and more about everyone else being too busy planning their exit strategy.
Nicki Minaj joins Trump administration, sparking outrage over her Rose Bowl lighting alleged Christian persecution in Nigeria. From rap battles to political grapples, Minaj's new gig proves that in the world of politics, even pop stars can hit the wrong note.
Only 20% of countries uphold press freedom, and leaders call it security. When truth becomes a threat, the real danger isn't the headlines. It's the hands that hold the scissors, cutting them down to fit their narrative.
When the world's on fire, building smarter networks sounds like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic with a PowerPoint presentation.
YouTube rolls out endless language options, but still can't fix the autoplay feature. Boy Husher's Morphine plays like a dark wave lullaby for insomniacs trapped in an algorithmic loop.
White House denies knowledge of ambassador's meeting with spy, yet stands by him. When your ambassador channels James Bond, but the script's been flipped, it's less about diplomacy and more about creative espionage storytelling.
Apparently, murder's just a minor inconvenience when you're trying to keep the oil flowing and the arms deals rolling.
Only 2% of mature headbands call Emergency their favorite, and Lemmy would call that a bloody shame. While the world's on fire, some folks are still debating the best soundtrack for the apocalypse. Spoiler, it's always Motorhead.
Lanthanoid nanocrystals boast tunable electroluminescence, yet remain frustratingly insulating. It's like having a rainbow trapped in a fortress, all the color and brilliance, but none of the freedom to shine where it matters most, in practical, functional devices.
Because nothing says justice like clouds of tear gas, making your eyes water more than a Nicholas Sparks movie. Who knew suffocation could be so rehabilitative?
Brazil arrests ex-President Bolsonaro to prevent escape, citing his Houdini-like political maneuvers. When your legacy includes a disappearing act, running from accountability becomes a national pastime. Maybe he thought the presidential suite came with a secret escape hatch.
Hackers swipe data from over 200 companies via Gainsight breach, and Google calls it a learning opportunity. When your supply chain is as secure as a screen door on a submarine, maybe it's time to rethink the whole cloud concept. But hey, at least we're all learning something, right?
House condemns socialism, then Zoran Mamdani arrives for a Trump meeting, proving irony is alive and well in 2025. When the House decides to play dress-up as McCarthy-era ghosts, you have to wonder if they've mistaken condemning for cosplaying. Meanwhile, Mamdani meeting Trump feels like vegan bacon. Neither side is what it claims to be.
Arantxe and Zelensky discuss peace and prisoner swaps in Ankara, because nothing says stability like a powwow in a political pressure cooker.
Fox launches a Jesus podcast starring Kristen Bell, but forgot to tell her, because who needs consent when you've got divine inspiration? It's like casting someone in the role of Moses without mentioning the whole parting the sea gig. Surprise, you're leading an exodus. Just don't forget your lines.
Washington University develops nasal nanodrops to eliminate brain tumors in mice, but humans still stuck with overpriced aspirin. It's a promising for mice, who are now one step closer to world domination, while humans remain at the mercy of Big Pharma and their headache-inducing prices.
EU demands Slovenia respect Roma rights. Then Slovenia passes a crime law that targets minorities. It's the classic political two-step. Preach equality on one foot, while the other kicks the marginalized. Slovenia's dance with discrimination is a sad waltz to the tune of exclusion.
Wetherspoons opens pub in Spain, serves garlic prawns and beer from 6 a.m. Nothing screams cultural respect like slapping a British pub in an airport and serving beer before the sun's up, because nothing says welcome to Spain like breakfast with a side of hangover.
Because nothing says peace in the Middle East quite like selling cutting-edge fighter jets to a regime known for its air shows over Yemen. It's like handing matches to a pyromaniac and expecting a marshmallow roast.
Fusion Z-Pinch Experiment 3 hits gigapascal pressures, promises clean energy while fossil fuels still dominate. It's like inventing a teleportation device and still choosing to drive a gas guzzler to the corner store. The future is here, but we're stuck in traffic behind a convoy of oil tankers.
Trump signs bill to release Epstein files, yet transparency feels like a mirage in a desert of secrets. It's like opening a mystery novel to the last page, only to find it written in invisible ink.
U.S. military officials visit Ukraine to end war. Peace talks resemble a toddler's art project, colorful but incomprehensible. It's like trying to untangle a pair of headphones after an earthquake. Hopeful but predictably futile. Peace might be on the agenda, but so is chaos.
European officials reject US plan forcing Kiev to surrender territory
Proving peace talks are just a game of geopolitical monopoly. It's like trying to sell someone a house with a basement full of angry raccoons. Nobody's buying it, and the chaos is built in.
Nvidia chips end up in blacklisted Chinese company. In a world where tech is the new currency, a blacklist is just a suggestion. Apparently, supply chains are as tangled as a cat's cradle in zero gravity, and enforcement is a polite nod to the rules.
ICE agents chase parent after school drop-off in Bay Area, redefining parent-teacher conference as a high-stakes pursuit. Just another day in America where the school run turns into an audition for the latest action movie starring ICE as the relentless villain.
In a room full of echoes, they claim AI lacks a soul, ignoring its potential to amplify human creativity. Perhaps they've confused the muse with the machine, but hey, at least their arrogance is authentically handcrafted.
US-Israeli peace plan partitions Gaza into zones, creating borders as imaginary as the concept of peace in this scenario. In a masterclass of irony, the peace plan divides land and people with more colors than a kindergarten art project, but with none of the innocence.
Western leaders praise U.S. peace plan, admit it's a fixer-upper with more holes than Swiss cheese. It's like calling a rusted-out jalopy an investment opportunity. They're hoping a few coats of diplomacy will hide the dents, but that engine is still sputtering on optimism fumes.
Only 12% of hip-hop tracks break the mold, and Cantonese Strix Land calls it innovation. In a world where most beats are recycled more than your grandma's Tupperware, Cantonese Strix track is a breath of fresh air, even if it's still wrapped in plastic.
S&P 500 ends 4-day losing streak as Nvidia's stock teases investors with the promise of AI-generated profits. In the world of stocks, hope springs eternal, especially when it's built on the silicon dreams of AI overlords counting their chips before they hatch.
Marjorie Taylor Greene declares loyalty to Trump, then cozies up to Elon Musk. In the bizarre love triangle of politics, MemTG plays the role of the jilted ex trying to win back her MAGA prince while flirting with the tech king, if only drama could solve policy issues.
Google launches Nano Banana Pro at midnight, solves nothing but meme quality. In a world where AI-generated realism is the new banana peel, Google's latest fruity endeavor promises sharper images and more coherent text, because nothing says progress like a clearer meme.
Police deploy facial recognition in 3 Northamptonshire towns, claiming it's for public safety while privacy hides in plain sight. As if the townsfolk needed another reason to perfect their poker faces, Big Brother's got a front row seat to every frown and smirk.
Only 20% of first-time buyers succeed, and NAR calls it progress. In the great monopoly game of real estate, the dice are loaded for the equity rich. while first-timers search their pockets for spare change.
Economy added 119,000 jobs and unemployment rose in September, delayed report shows. Adding jobs and raising unemployment. The economic version of a magic trick where everyone gets a rabbit but the hat disappears.
In the wild west of air travel, it seems even the sky isn't the limit for ignoring basic safety measures.
Donald Trump suggests punishable by death for dissent. Democrats recoil in disbelief. When your presidential playbook reads like a Game of Thrones script, you know democracy's in for a wild ride.
Pras Michel sentenced to 14 years, illegal donations hit sour note. Looks like mixing beats with ballots wasn't the chart-topping strategy Pras hoped for, now serving time in the prison playlist.
Nvidia shifts to smartphone-style memory, predicts doubled server memory prices by end 2026. True new server farms wanted to cosplay as smartphones. Get ready to pay flagship prices for your data center selfies.
Google CEO warns AI bubble burst leaves no survivors, even as they inflate it with every breath. When tech barons caution while counting their billions, it's like arsonists warning about fire hazards.
Ashias routers worldwide hijacked by WHUG exploiting 6 flaws, targeting tens of thousands of end-of-life models. Looks like Asus routers just became the hottest vintage tech. Too bad their security is as outdated as dial-up.
Only 20% of Dutch folk songs reach global ears, and Spotify calls it a breakthrough.
Guest advises skipping adult Christmas gifts to save money, proving that the holiday spirit is best enjoyed with a side of frugality. Because nothing says, I love you, like not buying gifts and hoping your family appreciates the gift of your presents instead.
Trump befriends Mamdani at White House, then calls it a bromance. When enemies hug it out, it's like watching a soap opera where the villain suddenly decides to join the knitting club.
New US ambassador condemns grotesque falsehood that Poles were responsible for the Holocaust, as if rewriting history could be a new Olympic sport. Blaming Poles for the Holocaust is like blaming gravity for plane crashes, both absurd and a dangerous twist of reality.
Physicists unveil electron pinball state, claim its progress. When electrons start playing pinball, you know the universe is either getting more interesting or just plain bored with us.
New evidence shows diazepatide and semaglutide strongly protect the heart, because who needs kale when you have cutting-edge pharmaceuticals? These diabetes drugs are doing more for your heart than a decade of kale smoothies ever promised. Take that, overpriced health trends.
Teenager Olivia Rue at 7'9" scores first point. Florida crushes Merrimack. When you're the height of a small giraffe, scoring a basket is less a victory and more a gravitational inevitability.
After pledging to lead AI regulation, the EU hits pause, proving that even bureaucracy needs a nap sometimes. The EU's pause on AI regulation is like telling a toddler to wait before touching the cookie jar. Good luck with that when tech giants are already diving in headfirst.
NTSB blames one loose wire for Baltimore Bridge crash, because apparently, chaos theory now includes shipping logistics. The Dali's blackout-induced crash is a stark reminder that when it comes to infrastructure, even a single wire can play Jenga with destiny.
Fitzwilliams hints at rate cuts, Treasury's rally like it's Black Friday for bonds. When central bankers make it rain, the only umbrellas allowed are made of pure speculation and reinforced with wishful thinking.
Republika Srpska schedules election for November 23 because democracy works best when it's a surprise party. With Ana Tresic-Babic as the interim president, expect Republika Srpska's politics to be as predictable as a cat deciding where to nap.
Drone technology revolutionizes whale research, making ocean giants easier to track than Eurex's Instagram. When drones become the new whale whisperers, maybe it's time to let the sea spill the tea instead of oil.
Universities axe foreign language degrees, claiming society now prefers emojis over eloquence. Apparently, societal shift is code for we'd rather teach coding than conjugation. Who needs to say bonjour when you can just send a smiley face?
Ticketmaster sells out Megadeth tribute at Woodstock 99. Insists the chaos was part of the act. Apparently, nothing says peace and love like thrash metal and a fiery mosh pit. Who knew headbanging could be a historical reenactment? Arden Cho admits hating her Asian appearance while starring in K-pop Demon Hunters, a tale of demons and misplaced identity. When self-acceptance takes a back seat to demon hunting, maybe it's time to slay societal expectations instead.
Jeffrey Epstein's estate pays out millions to victims, while conspiracies still swirl like a toxic cocktail. Justice served with a side of secrets where the rich buy silence and truth gets buried under gilded whispers. Who needs a courtroom when you've got a checkbook?
Only 11% of lead roles in Hollywood go to black actors, and executives call it progress. In a world where diversity means a token on the screen, Hollywood pats itself on the back while ignoring the sea of untapped talent. Representation shouldn't be a PR stunt.
US indicts tech company CTO for illegal NVIDIA chip exports to China, proving crime pays just not in yuan. When your chips are down, the courtroom becomes the ultimate gaming arena, and someone's bound to get a game over.
Fidelity Investments reports record 400 billionaires, but affordability challenges still plague most Americans. While the rich watch their retirement accounts swell like a bloated tick, the average worker is stuck choosing between a 401k and a KFC combo meal. Retirement shouldn't be a luxury item.
FBI spied on signal chat of immigration activists because privacy is just a suggestion. When the feds crash your group chat, you know Big Brother's watching, and he's not even pretending to knock first.
Viktor Orban backs US-Ukraine proposal, aims to derail aid to Kiev. In a plot twist worthy of a spy novel, Orban plays the double agent, cozying up to the US while undermining Ukraine. It's like he's auditioning for a role in the next political thriller, but the casualties aren't just fictional.
Wall Street reverses. European stocks set to drop because when the US sneezes, Europe catches a cold. Global finance, a dysfunctional game of dominoes where everyone acts surprised when they all topple over.
Mecco releases Balmicha Kas in hardcore style. Cheese remains unshredded. In a world where music genres are as chaotic as a mosh pit, Mail delivers a hardcore anthem to dairy. It's like headbanging your way through a cheese factory, and Gouda never knew it could be so intense.
When a shareholder advisory firm throws its weight behind a mining merger, it's like putting a bow tie on a bulldozer. Expect a rock-solid union of corporate interests where the only thing getting extracted is shareholder value.
Kate McKinnon ditches Hollywood for a homestead and trades red carpets for redwoods in search of sanity and soil. Turns out, the real escape from celebrity is not a reality show, but a reality check, preferably in flannel and far from paparazzi.
Nick's searches on Nvidia's forecast riding AI hype. When a stock market rebounds because a chip maker whispers sweet earnings, it's a reminder that sometimes the economy's biggest driver is just a silicon siren song.
US Ambassador mimics Trump's tone, shocks Canada. When diplomacy turns into a reality show rerun, even the politest neighbors might start building walls, not to keep people out, but to block out the noise.
Only 42% of men bounce back from a mortifying bed flop, and the rest just hope their partners forget. Turns out, the real challenge is not the act itself, but the courage to laugh it off and try again without a performance review.
Noah Cyrus survives surgery by oxygen machine. 5 years later shares details. When your tonsils turn into a near-death experience, it's a reminder that even pop stars need a backup plan, like breathing.
ICE recruits fail drug tests and requirements, still hired anyway. When your immigration enforcers have resumes that read like a rap sheet, it's not law and order. It's a reality show casting call gone rogue.
Only 1% of the world's population will own 70% of private jets by 2035, and they call it progress. For the 1%, the sky isn't the limit, it's the playground. Meanwhile, the rest of us are left grounding our climate hopes.
Germany returns 12 artifacts to Ethiopia, calls it reconciliation. After a century in exile, Ethiopia's cultural treasures come home, proving that sometimes history is just a very long game of lost and found.
Paul Stanley admits Kiss rarities not age appropriate, then sells them anyway. When your band's makeup outlasts your music's maturity, it might be time to trade the platform boots for some sensible loafers.
OpenAI's growth pushes stock analysts to private markets, and Wall Street calls it innovation. When AI makes the rules, Wall Street analysts become archaeologists, digging through private markets like they're panning for gold in a digital rush.
Only 20% of bands write songs about dying alone, and System of Revival calls it alternative. When your music feels like a funeral dirge, maybe it's time to take a page from The Cure and cheer up with some eyeliner.
In a world where celebrity is currency,
The grandson of Camelot is busy minting a new coin, charisma wrapped in social media's warm, algorithmic embrace.
When your career becomes a courtroom drama, maybe it's time to stop rehearsing your lines and start living your truth.
Only 30% of Europeans trust their governments, and the leaders call it democratic progress. When democracy starts to resemble a bad sequel, maybe it's time to rewrite the script and fire the directors.
Presidential candidates eye 2028, then pretend it's about the people. As ambition masquerades as public service, the only surprising thing about this revelation is that anyone still bothers to feign surprise.
When your recording studio is a laptop and hope, it's clear the music business is just a broken record of exploitation.
When making music's a battle of JavaScript and browser updates, it's clear the real hits the tech roadblocks, not the tunes.
Amundi's CIO warns of NVIDIA hype that praises its AI sweet spot. When the hype train hits a sweet spot, it's only a matter of time before the tracks get crowded and the wheels start squeaking.
Moody's upgrades Italy's rating after 23 years and calls it a renaissance. Italy's financial facelift is like finding an old leather jacket in the attic. Cool again, but still smells like history and espresso.
Will Forte and Weird Al Yankovic cover Pink Pony Club, unleash pop parody mayhem. It's like a neon unicorn stampedes through a karaoke bar.
Crafton accuses unknown world's founder of racism and sexism during Subnautica 2 trial, yet dodges compensation claims. When accusations fly like confetti in a courtroom, it's often to distract from a golden parachute someone forgot to pack.
Education Ministry reclassifies nursing as non-professional, claims it's just advanced babysitting. Apparently, years of rigorous training in life-saving skills now rank somewhere between holding a thermometer and fluffing pillows.
Robert Plant resurrects Gallows Pole in a British Ghana twist, but forgets to resurrect Led Zeppelin's magic. When you mix nostalgia with a new genre, sometimes you just end up with a lukewarm cup of yesterday's tea.
EU invests billions in digital infrastructure, but it's mostly spent on endless meetings. While the US and China race ahead with tech innovation, the EU is stuck in a conference room debating font sizes for their next report.
It's like a scientific relay race, where the US drops the baton and Canada tries to pick it up with maple syrup-covered gloves.
De La Soul drops Cruel Summers, igniting nostalgia, but only manages to warm up last summer's leftovers. When hip-hop legends try to summon fire, sometimes they just end up with a sparkler in a rainstorm.
Trump meets Mamdani for friendly chat despite global chaos. Like two foxes discussing henhouse renovations while the rest of the world fights off grizzly bears and forced displacements.
ICE detains double amputee Rodney Taylor. His health worsens while they promise humane conditions. When government agencies play doctor, they seem to have skipped the class on empathy and human decency.
Sudanese blockade starves, over 20 children to death in 1 month, yet leaders talk peace. When blockades become the language of diplomacy, it's the innocents who pay the ultimate price in silence.
Utah owl survives cement mixer plunge, gets a second chance at the skies. From concrete to clouds, this owl reminds us that even in a world of hardened hearts, grace can still find a way to soar.